Di magaganap ang pagbaba siya sa social media, paano siya nilarawan? Mahinang kasari, ano may batas na karapatan? Ako sa iwana, sadyang kamangha-mangha. Ang tagumpay ni Wana ay tagumpay ng bansa. Patas oportunidad sa kanya ikaw at galing niya ay sapat. Patas na sistema sa kanya padama, kayang-kaya ni Wana.
Sana'y mas tumibay ang mekanismo para ang batang si Wana ay tuluyang mahasa upang maging isang babaeng ganap na pambihira.
Buhay mo, Wana, may saysay at halaga. Kaligtasan mo, Wana, kaligtasan ng bansa. Ako sa iwana, sadyang kamangha-mangha. Ang tagumpay ni Wana ay tagumpay ng bansa. Patas oportunidad sa kanya ikaw at galing niya ay sapat. Patas na sistema sa kanya padama, kayang-kaya, kayang-kaya, Wana Invicta.
Ikaw ay may kakayahan, huwag matakot na humakbang. Babae man ang kasarian, kayang makipagsabayan sa pamumuno ng isang bayan. Pagsulong ng kapayapaan, pag-aalaga ng kalikasan, ang kaisipan ay huwag limitahan. Oh, Wana, ika'y may angking, talino't husay. Ika'y dakila, taglay mong galing ay di maikakaila. San mang panig ng mundo, sa tahanan o trabaho, mayroong magsasabi sa'yong nais kong maging tulad mo. Wana, Wana, ang tulad mo'y kayamanan, dapat lang na alagaan. May programang nakalaan para sa iyong kapakanan. Kalusugan mo'y tututukan, kaalaman mo'y daragdagan. Gobyerno'y di ka pababayaan, magsikap ka tumahon sa kahirapan. Oh, Wana, ika'y may angking, talino't husay. Ika'y dakila, taglay mong galing ay di maikakaila. San mang panig ng mundo, sa tahanan o trabaho, mayroong magsasabi sa'yong nais kong
Paano pang ilabas ka sa apat na sulok ng kahirapan? Alisin ang takip na humahadlang upang maabot ang karangyaan. Iahon sa sisidlang pananaw at tradisyon na napatasakin ng mulatan. Itulak ang dingding ng diskriminasyon sa ginagalawang lipunan. Tinig kang tinig ng kababaihan, tanaw na madahalaga niyang di matatawaran. May masigabong pagdiriwang sa pakinabang ng dulot ng angkin niyang kakayanan. May paraan upang bigyan ka ng tamang panglingap sa kalusugan, ng kinin ng pagunlad na dulot ng edukasyong di nalilimitahan. Humakbang palabas sa parisukat na naggustulang kulungan. Patunayan kaya makipagsabayan sa mga pinunong kalalakihan. Tinig ang tinig ng kababaihan, tanaw na madahalaga niyang di matatawaran. May masigabong pagdiriwang sa pakinabang na dulot ang angkin niyang kakayanan. Panahon ng kahon ng media ay pawalan ka ng tuluyan. Ipakita ko ano ang tunay na taglay mong kagandahan. Panahon ng palayain ka sa kahon ng mga batas pangkalikasan. At isa alang-alang din ang iyong pangailangan at kapakanan. Tinig ang tinig ng kababaihan, tanaw na madahalaga niyang di matatawaran. May masigabong pagdiriwang sa pakinabang na dulot ng angking niyang kakayanan. Panahon ng itaguyod ang karapatan laban sa karahasan. Sa madilim na kahon lumaya sa pang-aabuso at pagkakipit sa digmaan. Naging mga munting kababaihan sa mundo'y sumisibol pa lamang. Huwag sa kahon arugain kundi sa bisig at pag-ibig na magulang. Sa labas ng tinig ang tinig ng kababaihan, tanaw na madahalaga niyang di matatawaran. May masigabong pagdiriwang sa pakinabang na dulot ang angkin niyang kakayanan.
Naniniwala ako na dapat may boses din ang mga kababaihan sa mga nililikha at pinapasang batas para sa bayanan natin.
Karapatan mo bilang isang batang babae
makapaglaro, makapag-aral, magkaroon po ng magandang buhay.
sa lapas ng kahon. Dinig ang tinig ng kababaihan, tanaw na madahalaga niyang di matatawaran. May masigabong pagdiriwang sa pakinabang ng dulot ang angkin niyang kakayanan. Sa labas ng kahon.
Juana, 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 na na na. Si Juana, nagmula
kita ng kaguluhan, maging malaya ka sa anumang karahasan. Ang tulad mo'y inaahon sa kahirapan, dahil ika'y babae may taglay na karapatan. Dapat bahagi ka ng anumang larangan, papapasaya ekonomiya at kapangyarihan. Kaya't pagyamanin ang iyong kaalaman, tatatagin at patibayin ang iyong kalusugan. Dapat kinikilala ang iyong kahalagahan, sa kahit anumang media ay pinag-uusapan. Bawat imahe mo may dignidad na nakalaan, dahil pagiging babae mo'y isang kadakilaan. Sa pagsulong at pag-unlad ng ating bayan, kakayahan mong mag-ambag ay kailangan. Ika'y katuwang sa pagpanday ng ating lipunan, tungo sa isang magandang kinabukasan. Huwana, isang babae. Komplikado man ay laging positibo. Natanaw ang makabuluhang pagbabago. Masuko ang karahasan at pang-aabuso. Malipol ang armadong tunggalian. Tumayo, sumigaw, ikalat ang balita. Pantay-pantay lahat, walang pinagkaiba. Nararapat na ipaglaban ng tama. Ang susi ay nasa atin, kababaihan. Ligtas na espasyo para sa batang babae. Tamang pagsasanay at edukasyon ay kamitin. Kalusugan at kagalingan ay di may sandabi. Pangangalaga ng kalikas ay ating layunin. Pagtibayin ng dignidad at karapatang pantao. Malayang pagdedesisyon at kapangyarihan. Tumayo, sumigaw, ikalat ang balita. Pantay-pantay lahat, walang pinagkaiba. Nararapat na ipaglaban ng tama. Ang susi ay nasa atin, kababaihan. Pagtataguyod sa pampinansyal na katayuan, ekonomiya at kabuhayan. Mga mekanismong pang-institusyon para sa pagsulong ng kababaihan. Sa media ay ang tamang pagsasalarawan. Tumayo, sumigaw, ikalat ang balita. Pantay-pantay lahat, walang pinagkaiba. Nararapat na ipaglaban ng tama. Ang susi ay nasa atin. Tumayo, sumigaw, ikalat ang balita. Pantay-pantay lahat, walang pinagkaiba. Nararapat na ipaglaban ng tama. Ang susi ay nasa atin, kababaihan. Kababaihan. Kamangha-mangha talaga, huwana. Ang kahirapan, kaya mong labanan. Ang iyong karapatan, hindi mo bibitawan. Ang karahasan, di mo papayagan. Ang iyong kaalaman ay sadya mong yaman. Sa dilim mo papansin ang iyong taglay na liwanag. Kumikinang umaapaw sa kagandahan. Sa tibay mo't husay, talisay kang tunay. Mahalaga ka talaga sa ating bayan. Kamangha-mangha talaga, huwana. Di ka kukupas dahil ikaw ay ginto. Ginto. Ikaw ay ginto. Kapaligiran sa'yo'y mahalaga. Bigay mo ka na sakit na walang katapusan. Kalusugan mo't prinsipyo ay mahalaga. Lahat tayo'y pantay, hindi dapat na iba. Ang iyong kalaman di babahagi sa karamihan. Hindi ka panghihinaan. Kahit ang mga
mga batang kababaihan. May taglading kamangha-mangha. Kamangha-mangha talaga huwana. Di ka kukupas dahil ikaw ay ginto. Ginto. Ikaw ay ginto. Kaya mong itaguyod ang karapatang pantao. Kung kaya nila, kaya mo rin ito. Kaya't wag mong kalimutan, ikaw ay ginto.
Dapat kabigyan ng halaga lahat ng tayo nagmula sa'yo sinapupunan. Ikaw may karapatang magdesisyon. Ang bag mo sa ekonomiya ay hindi naiba. Hindi naiba sa aming kalalakihan. Isigaw sa maglambayan ang iyong kakayahan. Sa kaunlaran malaki ang iyong maiambag. Ika'y dito dapat bigyan ng
Sa
karangalan.
tibay mo't husay, dalisay kang tunay. May taglading kamangha-mangha. Kamangha-mangha talaga huwana. Di ka kukupas dahil ikaw ay kamangha-mangha talaga huwana. Di ka kukupas dahil ikaw ay ginto. Ginto. Ikaw ay ginto. 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 Ikaw ay ginto. Ikaw ay ginto. Babae ako at may silbi sa lipunan di pa aapi. Isinusulong ko mga layunin, karapatan sa mga usapin. Sa edukasyon at pagsasanay, sa kahirap ang kalusugan taglay. Pakikipaglaban sa karahasan, pati sa matungtong galian. Babae akong may panindigan, di matitinig kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan. Malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, sinuwan ako. Sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan, sinuwan ako. Babae ako, kayang pamunuan, magdesisyon para sa karamihan. Mekanismong dulot ay pagunlad, sa kababaihang ipatutupad. Sa usaping sa ekonomiya, karapatang pagtaot ng media. Sa kabataan, ang kalikasan, pagsunod ng buong sambayanan. Babae akong may panindigan, di matitinig kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan. Malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, sinuwan ako. Sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan, sinuwan ako. Ako si Juana, babaeng palaban, ang hamon ng buhay dito susukuan. Kung may kapal sa'yo'y nananali, handang harapin anuman ang palaki. Ako si Juana, babaeng palaban, ang hamon ng buhay dito susukuan. Juana ka, si Juana ka. Babae ako, may panindigan, di matitinig kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan. Malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, sinuwan ako. Sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan,
Women's Day, we celebrate women and girls everywhere. We celebrate their contributions to ending the COVID-19 pandemic. Their ideas, innovations, and activism that are changing our world for the better, and their leadership across all walks of life. But we also recognize that in too many areas, the clock on women's rights is moving backwards. The pandemic has kept girls and women out of schools and workplaces. They face rising poverty and rising violence. They do the vast majority of the world's unpaid but essential care work. They are targets of violence and abuse just because of their gender. In all countries, women are scandalously underrepresented in the halls of power and the boardrooms of business. And as this year theme reminds us, they bear the brunt of climate change and environmental degradation. Starting now on International Women's Day, it's time to turn the clock forward for every woman and girl. Through guaranteeing quality education for every girl, so they can build the lives they want and help make the world a better place for us all. Through massive investments in women's training and decent work. Through effective action to end gender-based violence. Through bold action to protect our planet. Through universal care that is fully integrated into social protection systems. And through targeted measures like gender quotas, so we can all benefit from women's ideas, experience, and leadership everywhere decisions are made. Gender inequality is essentially a question of power in a male-dominated world and a male-dominated culture. And power relations must be reversed. So, at United Nations, we have achieved gender parity in senior management at headquarters and around the world. Improving our work and better representing the communities we serve.
Today, and human rights that are coming from individuals.
We need more women, environment ministers, business leaders, and presidents and prime ministers. They can push countries to address the climate crisis, develop green jobs, and build a more just and sustainable world. We cannot emerge from the pandemic with the clock spinning backwards on gender equality. We need to turn the clock forward on women's rights. The time is now.
Earth, our only home. Invaluable, but not invulnerable. Are we too late to save it? Climate change is making our world more dangerous, more fragile, more unequal. In these uncertain times, women and girls face a disproportionate threat of displacement, poverty, and violence. But women and girls are also a powerful force in climate action. As innovators in green energy, as defenders of the environment, and as educators of our generation and the next. Gender equality is not just a woman's issue. It's the path to our survival. So it's not too late to invest in climate action by and for women. Not too late to empower women entrepreneurs and decision makers at home. Not too late to give voice and power to this next generation of Earth's champions. It's not too late to demand commitments to build an equal and enduring future for all. Championing climate action by and for women and girls is the key to saving our planet. Join the fight for gender equality today, so that together we can create a sustainable tomorrow. It's not too late.
Happy International Women's Day! Narito ang mga house rules na dapat sundin. Maging magalang sa ating mga komento at interaksyon sa online forum. Para sa ating game mamaya, siguraduhin na inyong susundin ang instructions para kwalipikadong manalo. Kung may katanungan, maaari itong i-post sa comment section. Bibigyan natin ng pagkakataon ang resource persons na sagutin ito sa open forum. Maaring makuha ang kopya ng presentation materials ng mga speakers sa National Women's Month Celebration webpage sa www.pcw.gov.ph. We will issue a certificate of participation only to those who will submit or accomplish the following: attendance form, activity feedback form. Sa ngayon, maaari nyo na pong ma-access ang attendance form sa text description ng ating live stream. Follow PCW's social media accounts at PCW.gov.ph sa Facebook at Twitter at mag-subscribe din sa PCW YouTube channel. And share the live stream so we can reach more participants. Greetings of gender equality and women's empowerment. Ako po si Nevi Calma mula sa Philippine Commission on Women. And we are greeting you with our warm welcome and we are greeting you a happy International Women's Day po sa ating lahat.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Ako naman si Lenlen Messina mula sa UN Women at masaya po kaming kasama kayong muli ngayong taon na ito upang ipagdiwang ang International Women's Day.
Yes, and happy National Women's Month din po, syempre sa ating lahat. We're very excited for this event because we have lots of activities in store for you. We'll be launching the online poll, Pulso para sa Kababaihan, Tungo sa Kaunlaran. And then of course, we will be discussing about gender equality, advancing gender equality in the context of climate change and disaster risk reduction and mitigation. And thank you, Miss Lenlen, for being with us today and sa matinding suporta talaga sa amin lagi ng UN Women and UN Philippines.
Yes, of course. Maraming salamat for having us at yes, walang kapantay ang maging kasama kayo at ang ating mga God focal points and God advocates na kasama natin kanina pang bumabate habang sila ay online na sa Facebook. Mga taga Antique, Marinduque, Quezon, Zamboanga, Santa Rosa at marami pang iba. Excited na ako para sa ating conversation this afternoon.
And we are also excited po, Miss Lelen. And we are streaming live on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube channel. And we are also glad to be with our partner, Filipino Sign Language interpreters from DepEd Philippines. Nandun po si Coach Patrick and Coach Roxanne, of course, to end the language barrier. And of course, alamin natin, Miss Len, kung taga saan ba ang ating mga kasamahan po ngayon, araw. Alamin natin ano ba ang kanilang mga affiliation. So, sa mga nanonood po sa amin dyan, we'll be launching a Facebook poll. So, you can answer po sa aming Facebook page. So, saan po ba kayo nabibilang? Sa government agency po ba? Or isang private sector, sa private organization or civil society organization at academe. So, ilo-launch po yan ng aming team sa ngayon. Alamin natin kung ano po ba ang kinabibilangang sektor ng ating mga audience. Ay nakikita ko, ang daming buwabate, Miss Len, no? From Zamboanga, Muntinlupa, at iba pang panig ng mundo.
May mga taga-Taguig pa ako nakita kanina at lahat sila ay high energy para sa ating araw ngayon.
Yes, lahat po talaga ay excited dahil ito naman talaga ang araw, no, para i-celebrate and i-honor ang mga Juanas. Ayan, tignan natin. Ay, close natin yung poll so we can see yung mga nag-answer po. Actually, excited talaga tong mga to and marami talaga nagpa-participate, no, from the comments up to the poll po natin. Marami talagang nagpa-participate dito. So let's check kung ilan po ang ating mga kasamahan. So I guess tinatry pa nilang i-explore, no, yung ating polls dito sa Facebook live po natin. So let's reactivate it and let's check it a while later po. So Miss Len, siguro simulan na po natin yung ating programa.
Yes, simulan na natin ang event ngayong hapon sa isang panalangin, ang God Advocates Prayer na susundan ng ating pag-awit ng Lupang Hinirang.
Noon pa man, malaki na ang naging bahagi ng mga kababaihan sa lipunang Pilipino. Kaisa sila sa marubdob na paghahangad ng kalayaan ng ating lahi. Kabilang sila sa paglinang ng ating makulay na sining at mayamang kultura. Kasapi sila sa pagtataguyod ng mga adhikain ng kapwa mamamayan at sa pagtugon sa mga pangangailangan ng lipunan. Katuwang sila sa pagtuklas sa mga larangan ng agham at medisina. Kapanalig sila sa pagpapairal ng batas, karapatan at katarungan para sa lahat. Kabahagi sila sa paglilingkod sa bayan at sa pagpapanatili ng demokrasyang Pilipino. Sa paglipas ng panahon, hindi nagmaliw ang kanilang pag-ibig sa ating inang bayan. Mga kababayan, ito ang alay ng mga kababaihang Pilipino para sa bayan. Tumayo po tayong lahat at sabay-sabay nating awitin ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang mag-ibig, pero sa silangan, alam ng puso, sa dilim mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyatan ng mag-ibig, sa manlulupin, di ka masisigil, sa lahat ng lulok, sa sigal at sa lalim mong babang, may ginagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y talumpay na nagliligid, tuwing nag-araw ng kailan pa may madilim. Lupa ng araw ng 100 pagsika, buhay ay langit sa timo. Aming ligaya na pagpay makahangin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Ngayon, para opisyal na buksan ang ating International Women's Day celebration at ilatag na rin ang mga aktibidades natin ngayong araw, makakasama po natin ang Chairperson ng Philippine Commission on Women, Chair Sandra Sanchez-Montano. Hello, Chair! Happy International
Hi.
Women's Day!
God Day po sa ating lahat. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Okay, special po ang aking pagbati sa ating panauhing pandangal, ang ating DILG Secretary, Eduardo Año. Okay, Sir, God Day po. Ang ating UN Philippines, UN Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator, Mr. Gustavo González. Sir, Officer in Charge ng UN Women Philippines Program Office, Ms. Sarah Knibbs. Ma'am, at sa lahat ng ating panelists ngayong araw, gusto ko rin pong batiin ang ating dalawang napaka-energetic na host. Walang iba kundi si Ms. Nevi Calma na naka-Filipiniana ngayon, naka-attire ng purple. At si Ms. Lenlen Messina ng UN Women. Salamat po sa suporta po ninyo sa atin. At ang ating mga Board of Commissioners ng PCW mula kay Commissioner Ashlea Limbona, Commissioner Judy Kalimutan, Commissioner Cecil D, Commissioner Tess Gonzales at ang ating Executive Director Edie Cray at sa lahat po ng PCW family, Happy Women's Month po sa inyong lahat. Mula sa Philippine Commission on Women, Happy International Day po. Ngayong araw, binibigyan namin ng pugay ang lahat ng Juanas mula sa lahat ng larangan ng iba't ibang bahagi ng mundo. All over the world, we are celebrating the International Day of Women. So, kami po ay humahanga sa inyong taglay na galing, determinasyon, sipag, talino, dedikasyon, pagmamalasakit at pagmamahal sa pamilya, komunidad at sa ating inang bayan. Bukod sa pagbibigay saludo sa mga Juana ngayong araw, sinasaluduhan po talaga namin kayo. Isa ring mabuting pagkakataon ito para mapag-usapan ng mga issue na patuloy na kinakaharap ng ating mga kababaihan. Tulad po ninyo, tulad ko po, sa pamamagitan ng Pulso ng para sa kababaihan tungo sa kaunlaran. May pararating ng mga Juana sa mga susunod na mamamahala lokal o nasyonal, man sa posisyon ang kanilang mga hangarin. Magsisilbi itong gabay sa pagtugon sa mga prioridad na isyu na dapat masolusyonan para sa kapakanan ng ating mga Juanas. Ngayong araw, ating pagtutuunan ng pansin ang pagsusulong ng gender equality para sa pagkakapantay-pantay ng kasarian sa konteksto ng climate change action at disaster risk reduction and mitigation. Naniniwala po ang Philippine Commission on Women na malaki ang papel na ginagampanan ng mga Juanas pagdating sa usapin na ito. Kaya, inaanyayahan po namin kayong lahat na makibahagi sa mahalagang diskusyon na ito ngayong araw po na ito. Nakaangkla pa rin po sa ating recurring theme for 6 years now, we make change work for women na nasa huling taon na po ngayon. Kaya hinihikayat naming lahat ang mga government agencies na busisiin ang mga aksyon tungo sa gender equality at alamin kung ano pa ang mga dapat gawin para mas lalo nating ma-empower ang mga kababaihan. Mahalaga po ito lalo na't bumabangon pa lang tayo ngayon sa COVID-19 pandemic na nakaapekto sa maraming mga Juanas for almost 2 years now. Ngayong Women's Month, magkaisa tayo na masigurong hindi mawawala ang mga naabot na natin na advokasya nang dahil lamang sa pandemya. Magdoblehin pa natin ang pagkilos para masolusyonan ang iba't ibang issue gaya ng karahasan laban sa kababaihan, unpaid care domestic work, hindi pantay na pagtrato at oportunidad, diskriminasyon at kawalan ng representasyon. Ngayong election year, patuloy din naming isinusulong ang pantay na partisipasyon at women's empowerment sa pamumuno, sa pamamahala at serbisyong publiko alinsunod na rin sa ating Magna Carta of Women. Nananawagan ang Philippine Commission on Women sa lahat ng ahensya at kawani ng ating gobyerno, pribadong sektor, akadem, lokal na pamahalaan mula sa mga probinsya hanggang sa pinaka-barangay. Sama-sama po nating protektahan ang karapatan ng mga kababaihan na siyang susi sa inklusibong kaunlaran. Tulad po ng lagi naming sinasabi, ang advokasya para sa gender equality at women's empowerment ay para po sa ating lahat. Bawat isa po sa atin ay may papel na dapat gampanan. Sa mga Juanas, Alamin at ipaglaban ang inyong mga karapatan. Huwag papakulong sa diskriminasyon or stereotype. At syempre, empower natin ang ating mga kapwa babae. Sa mga kalalakihan naman, sa ating mga Juan, sana ay maging male champions po kayo sa ating advokasya, lalo na po sa ating isinusulong na move, Men Oppose Violence Everywhere. I-practice po ang positive masculinity imbis na toxic masculinity at tapusin na ang tradisyonal na macho culture. Sa mga membro natin ng LGBTQIA+ community, patuloy na yakapin ang inyong sexualidad at kasarian at maging kabahagi rin ng patuloy na pagsulong ng mga batas tungo sa gender equality. Sa mga government agencies at private partners, academe, local government units mula sa probinsya hanggang sa mga barangay, magkaisa po tayo para protektahan ang karapatan ng kababaihan. Siguraduhin natin na may serbisyo, proseso, programa at proteksyon na matugunan ang kanilang pangangailangan. Siguraduhin din po natin na makikinabang at magiging bahagi sila sa mga aksyon tungo sa pag-unlad ng ating bansa. Muli po, ang inyong lingkod, ang inyong chairperson sa Philippine Commission on Women ay bumabati sa inyo ng magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Mula sa PCW, I welcome you to the agenda ng kababaihan tungo sa kaunlaran. Happy International Women's Day celebration po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Sandra Sanchez-Montano, for that inspiring message. At gusto ko pong i-highlight, no, i-reiterate yung sinabi ni Chair na ang advokasya po para sa gender equality ay hindi lamang para sa mga babae o gawain ng mga babae. Ito po ay para sa lahat dahil lahat po ay makikinabang dito, di ba? Tama po, Miss Lenlen?
Tamang-tama po yan at kailangan natin patuloy i-rally ang ating mga kaalyado, lalaki, babae, bata, matanda para sa usapin na ito. LGBT at lahat. We need to be inclusive if we want to really make change work for women and if we want to really achieve true gender equality.
Yes, tamang-tama po. Kaya nagpapasalamat po kami sa lahat ng God advocates sa buong Pilipinas, no? Yung mga kasama po natin dito, lumitaw sa ating poll kanina, almost 70% ay mula po sa mga government agencies at private sector naman po, we have 7% and civil society organizations 1% and academe po, mula po sa academe sa mga schools natin, 22%. Maraming salamat po. And now, it's time for one of the highlights of our online forum today, the launching of PCW's Pulso para sa kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll.
Yes, Nevi, pero bago natin i-launch ito, would you like to give us a context? Ano nga ba ito? Konting background tungkol sa ating pulso ng kababaihan.
Sige po, Ms. Len. Una, syempre, alam naman natin lahat, Ms. Len, no, ngayon po ay election year. Sa darating na Mayo, no, maghahalal po tayo ng mga bago po nating public servants, no, sa national at lokal na posisyon. Kaya gusto nating malaman, ano ba yung mga hangarin ng mga Juanas at Juans na maaring gawa ng aksyon ng mga susunod na national and local leaders. At sakto rin po ito dahil ito yung huling taon ng ating recurring theme na We Make Change Work for Women. So sa mga nakaraang taon, i-assess natin ano na nga ba yung mga pagbabago na naidulot natin o naidulot ng mga government agencies and private sector para sa mga kababaihan. At ano pa ba yung mga natitirang gender issues na dapat i-prioritize?
Yes, kumbaga magkakaroon tayo ng idea tungkol sa ano ang mga dapat unahin or i-prioritize ng mga susunod na uupo nating opisyal ng pamahalaan, lalo na pagkatapos ng eleksyon. Kaya importante po ang inyong pakikibahagi dito sa Pulso ng Kababaihan, lalo kung gusto nyong masiguradong ang inyong concern, ang inyong priority issue ay maririnig at mabibigyan ng pagkakataon para matugunan. So, ano na? Wag na natin patagalin na i-launch. Excited na tayo. I-launch na natin ito.
Let's watch this.
Patuloy na humaharap ang bansa sa mga hamong dala ng COVID-19 pandemic. Kaakibat nito ang iba pang mga issue at suliraning nakakaapekto sa lahat ng kasarian, lalong-lalo na sa mga kababaihan. At bilang paghahanda sa nalalapit na pambansang halalan ng taong 2022, nararapat lang na marinig ng mga nagnanais na manilbihan bilang mga pinuno ng bansa ang pulso ng mamamayan, partikular na ng mga kababaihan. Sa pangunguna ng Philippine Commission on Women at bilang bahagi ng selebrasyon ng National Women's Month ngayong taong 2022, inilulunsad ang Pulso para sa Kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll. Ang online poll na ito ay bukas para sa lahat, anuman ang iyong katayuan sa buhay, gender, sexual orientation o paniniwala. Ang poll na ito ay isang platform upang ipabatid ng mga Juan at Juana sa mga mahahalal na lider ang tungkol sa mga isyong nararapat nilang bigyang pansin at prioridad sa kanilang pamumuno upang masigurado ang pagkakapantay-pantay ng kasarian at patuloy na maisulong ang proteksyon ng mga karapatan ng mga kababaihan. Ito ay nagbibigay ng pagkakataon upang makapamili sa aling mga gender-related issues na nakapaloob sa updated Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Plan 2019 to 2025 ang nais ng publiko na mapabilang sa mga planong pangkaunlaran ng pamahalaan. Paano sumali sa poll na to? Simple lang. Maaari puntahan ang link na makikita sa inyong screen. Pwede rin itong ma-access sa pamamagitan ng QR code na nasa inyong screen. I-scan lang ito gamit ang QR scanner ng inyong mga smartphone. Pagpasok sa webpage ay ibigay ang mga kinakailangang impormasyon tulad ng kasarian, kasalukuyang tirahan at kinabibilangang edad o age group. Itatanong din dito kung saang sektor ka ng lipunan napapabilang o saang partikular na grupo kayo kasama. Ibahagi rin kung saan mo nalaman ang tungkol sa poll na ito. Tandaan lang na ang anumang personal na impormasyon na mga lalahok sa poll ay hindi magiging bahagi ng report. Tanging mga kasagutan lang sa mga relevant entries ng poll ang ipoproseso ng Philippine Commission on Women para makabuo ng ulat ayon sa sektor at geographic areas. Nilalaman ng poll ang mahahalagang puntos patungkol sa mga pangunahing agenda ni Juana sa iba't ibang aspeto, gaya ng oportunidad pangkabuhayan para sa kababaihan sa kalakalan, industriya at serbisyo, agrikultura, forestry o palagubatan, at pangisdaan, lakas paggawa at empleyo, pagpapataas ng human capital development sa pamamagitan ng pamumuhunan sa gender equality and women's empowerment sa sektor ng kalusugan at nutrisyon, edukasyon at pabahay, pagpapababa ng mga kaso ng gender-based violence at pinagtibay na gender perspective sa hustisya, seguridad at kapayapaan. Kasama rin ang partisipasyon, pamunuan at kapakinabangan ng mga kababaihan sa disaster risk reduction and management. Nais din ng poll na alamin ang partisipasyon, pamunuan at kapakinabangan ng kababaihan sa agham, teknolohiya, innovation at ICT, infrastruktura at enerhiya. Mayroon ding patungkol sa partisipasyon, pamunuan at kapakinabangan ng kababaihan sa politika at serbisyo sa pamahalaan. At ang pagpapabago ng anyo ng panlipunang pamantayan at kultura na nagtataguyod ng gender equality at women's empowerment. Kaya kung may nais kang isulong para ganap nating makamtan ang pagkakaroon ng mas higit na partisipasyon sa pagdedesisyon, mas mahusay na pagpaplano ng pamahalaan, higit na mas malawak na kapakinabangan sa ating pag-unlad, pantay na oportunidad at karapatan para sa lahat, at proteksyon sa anumang kalamidad, abuso, diskriminasyon o pananamantala. Makiisa na sa ating Pulso para sa kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll. Sa bawat kategorya, mamili ng isang issue na sa iyong palagay ay kailangan ng agarang matugunan ng pamahalaan. Para sa mga nais lumahok, i-access ito sa pamamagitan ng link o QR code na makikita sa inyong screen. I-scan lang ito gamit ang QR scanner ng inyong smartphone. Bukas ang poll na ito mula March 8 hanggang March 25, 2022. Abangan ang resulta nito sa March 31, 2022. Kaya't makiisa sa pagsusulong ng Pulso para sa kababaihan.
Game. And there you have it, ones and ones. Maraming salamat po sa mga feeling ko nag-check na po ngayon itong online poll natin. No? So, makikita po ninyo sa inyong screen yung QR code kung saan ma-access po itong online poll na ito. So, go ahead and check it out po and participate dito sa ating Pulso para sa kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll. Mahalaga po ang inyong partisipasyon dito sa ating online poll na ito. At meron po kayong hanggang March 25 to participate in this poll at i-release po namin ang mga resulta ng poll na ito sa darating na March 31. Saktong-sakto po sa culmination ng ating National Women's Month Celebration 2022. Ayan. Ngayon, i-check po natin no, sa taga-saan po ba ang ating mga kasamahan ngayon. Sabi po namin kanina, we have God advocates from different parts of the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So we're having the team set up the Facebook poll right now because we want to know sino po ba nagre-represent ng Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. Ayan, makikita po ninyo sa babang part ng ating video na ating live stream. Where do you come from? Saan po ba kayo galing? Ang ating pong mga participants ngayon, Luzon, Visayas, or Mindanao. Yan po ang ating major group of islands dito sa Pilipinas. So let's see kung saan po galing ang ating mga participants for this event. I-type nyo lang po, i-click nyo lang po siya, madaling-madali lamang po, i-click nyo lang po ang inyong sagot at lalabas na po yan sa ating online poll. At muli, paalala po, you can check the online poll sa QR code po na ipinapalabas po namin ngayon. And then of course, if you want more information about the National Women's Month celebration, ay madali naman pong makita ang aming National Women's Month celebration webpage. At pwede nyo rin pong i-check ang aming Facebook and Twitter pages, PCW GovPH. And ayan po, at isa nga sa mga sinasabi natin na partners ng Philippine Commission on Women ay ang UN Philippines at UN Women.
I am back, Nevi. Maraming salamat for waiting for me.
Yes, Miss Len. It's okay. Go ahead. Worth the wait naman always.
Yes, thank you. You mentioned already how they could really be part of our Pulso para sa kababaihan, but I also would like to take this opportunity to introduce ang isa sa mga steady partners ng Philippine Commission on Women sa advokasya ng ating gawain para sa pagsusulong ng karapatan at pantay na pagtingin para sa mga kababaihan, ang UN Philippines at ang UN Women, and we're very happy to be celebrating this with all of you today. To share the message of support, it is my honor to introduce to everyone the Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator of UN Philippines, Mr. Gustavo González. Sir, thank you so much and welcome back to the Philippines. Thank you for taking time to join us today. Over to you, sir. Sir, you may need to unmute.
Miss Len, I think we're having some technical difficulties po with the message of RC Gustavo González. So for now, let me introduce po the message of our Secretary of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, or DILG. Let's all welcome Secretary Eduardo Año.
Happy International Women's Day to all the women and girls across the country and beyond. First of all, I would like to thank and congratulate the Philippine Commission on Women for spearheading the 2022 National Women's Month celebration this March, and for continuously pushing for gender equality and women empowerment in the country. My felicitations also goes to women's rights advocates and to all the champions of gender equality who continue to defy the odds to give all Filipinas the just and inclusive society they deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, former US First Lady Michelle Obama once said, and I quote, "No country can ever truly flourish if it stifles the potential of its women and deprives itself of the contributions of half its citizens," unquote. This is true that for us to reach the peaceful and progressive future we are longing for, we have to unleash the potential of all the Juanas in the country. And this is only possible when we protect and empower women and girls and ensure that they enjoy equal access to all opportunities and social services. This is where our local government units come into play. As service providers, our LGUs are the country's first line of defense against violence and other harmful practices against women in both the public and private spheres. Aside from local policing and enforcing policies and ordinances to deter gender-based abuses, local governments also have an important role to play in identifying women and girls affected by violence and providing them with the appropriate support and services to help them rebuild their lives. There is also so much socio-economic progress that can be made at the local level by creating a more favorable environment for women's economic empowerment. And to tackle the multiple barriers to women's empowerment, the LGU should fully mainstream a gender perspective into local legislation, urban planning, and policy making. With this, women and girls will be able to play an equal role in the economic, social, political, and cultural life of our provinces, cities, municipalities, and even in our barangays. Rather than allowing stereotyped social norms and prejudices chain them into silence, we should encourage women's active participation in decision making. After all, good local governance cannot work if due attention is not given to half its people. These are all in line with President Rodrigo Roa Duterte's directive during the first State of the Nation address, wherein he ordered all agencies, oversight bodies, and LGUs down to the barangay level to fully implement the Republic Act 9710 or the Magna Carta for Women. Indeed, we have come a long way in promoting gender equality and women empowerment in our country. But we believe that there's still so much we can do. Habang nakikita natin namamayagpag ang mga Pilipinas sa iba't ibang larangan, hindi lamang sa loob ng bansa, kundi pati na rin sa buong mundo. Naniniwala tayo na mas marami pang kababaihan ang may kakayahang magpamalas ng kanilang galing, tapang, lakas at talino. Kaya naman, makakaasa kayo na ang aming kagawaran, ang inyong Department of the Interior and Local Government, ay patuloy na magsusulong ng mga hakbangin at programa upang maitaguyod at protektahan ang karapatan ng mga kababaihan. At siguruhin na sila ay napapakinggan. So as we commemorate the International Women's Day, let us galvanize our collective efforts for realizing women's rights to achieve the inclusive, just and progressive future we all aspire for. Again, congratulations to PCW and to all the participants of this activity. I wish you all a successful and meaningful gathering. Maraming salamat at mabuhay ang kababayang Pilipino.
Maraming salamat po, Secretary Año, sa inyong mensahe. Umaasa po kami sa inyong patuloy na suporta, lalong-lalo na sa pagrarally ng inyong mga kasama, lalo na ng mga kalalakihang inyong kahanay upang patuloy na suportahan ang ating mga programa para sa mga kababaihan. And again, I would like to take this opportunity to introduce a consistent partner of the Philippine Commission on Women during the International Women's Day celebration and all the other work that we need to do to mainstream women's issues and causes across all different sectors of society. It is my honor to introduce to you the United Nations Resident Coordinator and Humanitarian Coordinator of the Philippines, RC Gustavo González. RC Gustavo, over to you.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, very much.
Excellent, excellent. No, first of all, congratulations, Nevi, Len, and thank you so much, Chair Sandra Sanchez-Montano, for a very inspiring message, and of course, Secretary Eduardo Año, thank you so much for your leadership. Last week, just a few days ago, the UN Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change circulated its latest report with a grim warning. And let me just read what it said. We are almost out of time to ensure a livable future for all. And the report stated that the staggering 143 million people will likely be uprooted over the next 30 years by rising seas, droughts, searing temperatures, and other climate catastrophes. So this statement has a particular relevance in a country that is severely affected by climate change like the Philippines. While this dark future awaits all of us if we don't take urgent action, we know that women and girls will certainly suffer the most. So the question is why? So let me tell you. We know that in any situation of displacement, women and girls are disproportionately affected because they are made more vulnerable by their gender and age. And we have seen this very recently in communities destroyed by Typhoon Odette, which left almost 500,000 girls in need of urgent assistance. Without homes, electricity, and privacy, women and girls are unsafe and are extremely vulnerable to sexual attacks and violence. During the disaster, pregnant women cannot access maternal health care and safe childbirth simply because hospitals are damaged. And we know that in the future, we will see more climate refugees and migrants in a context where displacement is far from being a choice. We also know that women-led households are more likely to be affected by climate-related food insecurity because they are more dependent on rain-fed agriculture to feed their families. Women-led households face greater difficulties rebuilding their homes. Women farmers are less able than men to adapt to climate change because they have less access to adaptive resources, to assets, to financing, to information. We know that their decision-making power is very narrow in such circumstances. And in the cities which suffered the brunt of climate impacts like floods, landslides, and extreme heat, women and girls living there are most vulnerable to climate-induced disasters because they have unequal access to services and economic opportunities to recover. That's why the theme of this year's International Women's Day is extremely relevant for the world, for women, but particularly to the Philippines. Gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow. In the same way that we cannot move successfully into the new normal unless our COVID-19 recovery is a feminist recovery, as the UN Secretary General says, so we have no hope of surviving the severe impact of climate change unless women's needs and circumstances are at the center of any inclusive and sustainable recovery. For this, we need more women in leadership, in the government, in parliaments, in civil society, businesses, decided on development priorities, on green and inclusive policies, on social protection, on sustainable consumption and production, and on many other development areas. Women make up about 1/3 of the total global micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. Women represent 70 to 80% in agriculture and 1/3 in the manufacturing sector. But this participation is not fully translated into decision-making power. The experience is showing that having more women in parliaments has a direct impact on stronger climate commitments and higher levels of investment in healthcare and education. Women are also in a unique position to reshape industrial development that is aligned with the environmental protection goals. What we know is that when the world invests in expanding opportunities for women and girls, all of humanity wins. As the UN Secretary General says, as a matter of justice, equality, morality, and common sense, we need to turn the clock forward on women's rights. The COVID-19 crisis has been a calamity for the world and for women and girls in particular. But it has also forced to recognize the existence of unacceptable global inequalities and entrenched gender discrimination. So women must be at the center of the recovery as we make the course correction that the pandemic has highlighted so dramatically. And this is a job for all of us. So dear partners, colleagues and friends, I look forward to working with all of you to advance women's leadership, to achieve women's rights, and to build a future based on equality and dignity for all. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat.
tackle this issue of climate crisis and how women are affected by it. But outside being impacted by the climate crisis, we really appreciate you highlighting as well the value and the contribution that women and girls could make if and when they are really made front and center of all our efforts in addressing the climate crisis. Maraming salamat po, RC Gustavo González. It's a pleasure to have you today. Nevi, over to you.
Thank you very much po to RC Gustavo Gonzalez for highlighting the role of women, the importance of women's participation and representation, of course, in the context of climate action, climate justice, and disaster risk reduction and mitigation. Thank you very much po, RC Gustavo Gonzalez. And now, ayan, konting pampanggana muna po sa ating audience. Alam kong hinihintay nyo po ang parte na ito, ang bahaging ito ng ating programa.
Okay, it's time for our Energizer. Simple lang naman ang mechanics. Una, ipapakita namin sa screen ang tanong.
Yes, at wag pong ma-excite kasi bago po sumagot, dapat hintayin muna po ang marker ng ating Facebook page sa may comment section po para ma-count, no, maging qualified po ang inyong answer. So makikita niyo po yan sa inyong
Yes,
screen.
last year maraming excited at sumasagot na nang wala pa ang marker. Kaya sorry po kapag po may sagot kayo na hindi nyo pa nakikita or hindi pa nag-a-appear ang marker, hindi po counted yon. So ganito po ang makikita ninyong marker. Answer to question number blank. And then the first one to answer, Nevi.
Yes, the first one po to post the correct answer below that marker will win. May nakatalaga po tayong tagabantay, no? Dito po sa aming team na magbabantay at magbe-verify kung sino ang nanalo for that certain question. At kukuha rin po kami ng screenshot, kumbaga may resibo po, no, ang bawat nanalo. So paalala po, tanging mga comments lang dito sa Facebook lang po na live stream ang ating isasali. Hindi po sa Twitter or sa YouTube.
Yes, at tandaan po natin na isa lamang po or isang beses lamang po tayo pwedeng manalo para mabigyan din naman natin ng pagkakataon ng iba na magkaroon ng pagkakataong matanggap ang magagandang merchandise or ang mga inihanda ng PCW na prizes. Hindi rin po qualified sumali ang mga kawani at opisyal ng PCW.
Yes, each winner will receive a special package from PCW pero mapapadala lang po namin ito sa mga mayroong mailing address dito po sa Pilipinas. So, announce po namin ng mga winners mamaya bago po matapos ang online form.
Yes, I think ready na sila, Nevi? Simulan na natin. Okay, ready na po ba kayo? Patingin naman ng thumbs up mula sa ating mga Facebook joiners. Question number 1. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng God? Naku, mahirap to.
Sabi po kanina, almost 70% ay government agency. So, dapat po alam nila ang meaning na tong God, no?
Baka latagan pa tayo ng mga plano at ipa-approve sa atin.
Ayan.
Okay.
Tingnan po natin kung
meron na bang
po
mga nanalo or meron na bang mga sumasagot?
Ayan, na-comment na po ang ating marker at nakikita ko po, ayan, marami nang sumasagot. Talagang alam na alam nila ang meaning ng God. Ito po siguro yung mga nakasama na namin sa aming God webinar.
Yes,
mga
mga series ng sessions ng God webinars ng PCW. Ang
Yes
bilis
po.
maubos ng slots sa mga sessions na yan. Nagtatry ako mag-enroll. Meron na ba tayong nanalo?
As in minutes lang talaga, natatapos na po yung ating registration, napupuno na yung slots natin. So I'm just verifying with the team. Meron na po tayong winner for our first question. At pakita
Yes,
po
so
natin
for our
ngayon.
first question, ang ating answer ay, of course, gender and development.
Yes. Tumpak Gender and Development. Mamaya po announce natin kung sino yung unang nakapag-comment below that marker. Now let's go to question number 2. Mula anong taon natin sinimulan na gamitin ang temang We Make Change, Work for Women? Ayan, kung kayo po ay partner talaga namin na simula, alam na po natin kung anong taon ba natin sinulan gamitin ang We Make Change, Work for Women. And very special po kasi ito na po, Miss Len, no, yung last year natin na gagamitin itong tema po na ito.
Totoo yan. Sige nga, tingnan natin kung may nakakaalam.
Ayan, may marker na po. Parang madami rin pong tama sa kanilang mga nagko-comment, no? Thank you po sa mga nagpa-participate sa ating game. At meron na po tayong winner for our second question. Now, let's show the answer. At ang tamang sagot po ay 2017. So, from 2017 to 2022, ang tema po natin for the National Women's Month celebration ay We Make Change, Work for Women.
Okay, let's proceed to question number 3. Saan nakabase ang Pulso para sa Kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll? Saan nakabase ang Pulso para sa Kababaihan tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll? Kung nakinig po tayo at napanood nating mabuti ang video kanina, masasagot po natin ito. Medyo mahaba ang kailangan i-type, pero kaya yan. Push, mga kapatid at mga kabaro. Mga Juan at Juana.
Yes, kayang-kaya nila yan. Kung talagang nakinig po sila sa video kanina, no, pinaliwanag natin. Even yung mga chapters nitong tinutukoy natin na sagot na ito. Ayan, tignan natin kung may mga nakakasagot. Kapag po walang nakasagot, i-wave na kay Miss Lenlen na yung prize.
Yes. Willing po akong tanggapin ng mga prizes nila. Joke lang.
Opo. So, ayun, tignan po natin kung meron pong makakasagot sa ating tanong. Mukhang medyo nahirapan po sila. Challenging itong tanong na ito para sa kanila.
Kailangan i-review ang video kung nahandun nga ba ang sagot.
Siguro magbigay tayo ng clue, Miss Lenlen, no? Ang sagot po dito ay nag-uumpisa sa word na updated. Yan, gender equality and
natatapos po sa mga date.
Oo, natatapos sa mga date. Dahil in-update po ito recently, no, to reflect kung ano ba yung mga gender issues na kinakaharap ng mga kababaihan nitong COVID-19 pandemic at paano sila masasali, may integrate sa gender and development plans natin. At ayan na nga, may nakinig po sa ating video na pinlay kanina, nakakuha po ng tamang sagot. Congratulations, at mamaya po ay i-check namin kung sino po ang winner for question number 3. Let's go to question number 4.
Anong sagot ng question number 3 para naman sa ating mga
pala, question number 3, excited po ako, di ba? Ang sagot po ay updated Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Plan 2019 to 2025.
Thank you, Devi. So, ang ating question number 4, pang-ilan ang bansang Pilipinas pagdating sa pag-close ng gender gap ayon sa Global Gender Gap Report ng World Economic Forum? So, pang-ilan tayo sa pag-close or pag-address ng gender gap ayon sa Global Gender Gap Report ng World Economic Forum? Nang anong taon, Nevi?
2021 po ang pinakahuling
ng
ulat
2021.
Natin.
So,
yes.
2021 po. So, last year's.
May mga may marker na po tayo at ngayon may ilan na po na sumasagot sa ating katanungan. Ay iba-iba po silang hula, no? Ayan, tignan natin. First, gusto ko yung positive tayo. Although we are really first po, no, Miss Lynn, sa buong Asia when it comes to closing or narrowing at least the gender gap, no, in different fields like economic empowerment, health and nutrition, and education.
Education.
So, yes, pero wala pa pong tumatama sa ating mga sumasagot.
Kaya
Ayan, meron na pong isang nakakuha ng tamang sagot, and let's show the answer. Yan po. Ang Pilipinas po ay 17th out of 156 countries na kasama sa Global Gender Gap Report when it comes to closing or narrowing the gender gap.
Okay, Nevi, you deliver the fifth question.
Sige po, fifth question tayo. Diretso na natin. Ito, nabanggit na rin ng kahit paano ito kanina, of course, by RC din, no? RC Gustavo. Ano ba ang tema ng International Women's Day 2022? Let's have the marker. Ayan. Ano ang tema ng International Women's Day 2022? Kung nakikinig po tayo kanina ng maigi, alam na po natin yan. Siyempre, ang pinaka dapat pong puntahan natin na site dito ay UN Women. May clue, no? May paklo po tayo sa ating mga kasamahan, sa ating mga God advocates dito. So, meron na po ba tayong nanalo? Ayan. Nagsa-search pa po sila. Ayan,
Google
meron na
lang daw ang katapat.
Yes, tama. Meron na pong nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Malalaman po kung sino yan mamaya-maya. At ito po, balita ko, Miss Len, merong inihandang video para sa atin ang UN Philippines.
Yes, meron nga. At ito ay pagkakataon upang ibahagi din ng iba't ibang head of agencies ng United Nations Philippines ang ginagawa ng kanya-kanyang mga opisina at ang call to action pagdating sa usapin ng tema ng ating International Women's Day celebration ngayong taon na ang answer ay Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow.
Yes, that's correct po. So yan po ang ating kasagutan sa question number 5 at malalaman po ang winners mamaya-maya bago po matapos ang ating programa. At going back to the special messages po from the bodies of United Nations, atin pong pakinggan ang kanilang mga mensahe.
On behalf of UN Women, I wish you a happy International Women's Day. Advancing gender equality in the context of the climate crisis and disaster risk reduction is one of the greatest global challenges of the 21st century. It is everyone's responsibility, but we know all too well that its adverse impacts are not distributed equally.
In the aftermath of natural disasters, women-led households face greater difficulties rebuilding their homes and accessing assistance, especially in kind. It is thus paramount that our actions to disaster response and climate change be gender sensitive.
We know that climate change is not gender neutral. Women, girls, and the most left behind, including indigenous peoples or persons with disabilities, are affected and respond differently as they already experience discrimination, not equal access to resources, gender-based violence, lack of power to decide of their future that are further exacerbated whenever there are disasters brought about by climate change.
Sadly, however, gender-specific climate change adaptation and mitigation requirements, particularly those that cater to women, are seldom, if ever, integrated in the design of climate change management interventions.
Over the years, UNICEF has been working with the governments, businesses, leaders around the world to address climate change. In the Philippines, UNICEF advocates increasing financing and research in the country to understand how we can lessen the risks of climate change for children. Establishing resilient public services for children such as water, health, and education in times of climate emergency. And most importantly, empowering children to be agents of change by providing them with platforms to lead and take action.
We support the Philippines to advance decent work and climate action through the human-centered recovery and just transition. We work with the government, workers, employers, and development partners. Recently, to help about 4.4 million workers affected by the Typhoon audit, mostly women due to climate change.
One of the major issues that we see today, and we see it here in the Philippines, is the 3 C's: COVID, conflict, and climate change. And these are all descending on families and particularly on women causing more hardship, making it more difficult for them to access the daily food that they need, and to try to break the very stagnant and high rates of malnutrition that we've seen in this country that, again, are new rates that really negatively impact women. So we are working together with other partners, with our UN agency counterparts, to try to address some of these root causes, as well as some of these new shocks that are coming in that are undermining gender equality and women.
UNIDO assists the Philippine government by building institutional capacities for the promotion of green, resilient industries and through the adoption of cleaner production technologies, resource-efficient methodologies, environmentally sound waste management practices, recycling approaches, and energy transition strategies.
At UN Habitat, we have harnessed the contributions of women, city planners, development workers, community leaders, environmental officers, entrepreneurs, heads of families in the planning and implementation of our projects on areas such as climate resiliency and green recovery, marine plastic litter reduction, and post-disaster and post-conflict shelter construction.
Today, IOM stands in solidarity with partner UN agencies including UNFPA and UN Women, the government of the Philippines in their efforts, and also civil society to ensure migration remains for the benefit of all, especially women.
On International Women's Day, we celebrate and recognize how women are integral to building community resilience and sustaining peace.
As we commemorate Women's Day, let us remember and celebrate the contributions of women and girls towards achieving durable solutions and ensuring protection for the forcibly displaced.
These actions will ensure we all contribute to the achievement of a gender equal and sustainable future for all. Join me today to celebrate gender equality today for a sustainable tomorrow.
Thank you very much, UN Women, UN Philippines, all UN agencies for rallying behind all WANAs as we continue to push for gender equality and, of course, in our aim to reach a sustainable and inclusive development. And now, Ms. Len, we are ready for the second part of our program na related po sa fifth question ng ating game kanina. So we are discussing the International Women's Day theme, Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow.
Yes, definitely, Nevi. Maraming salamat. And I think paulit-ulit nating maririnig ang temang ito at ang challenge kung bakit natin kailangang bigyang tutok ang usapin na ito during this year. And for us to share some explainer or short or brief explanation why this is so, we are very privileged to have with us this afternoon Ms. Sarah Knibbs, our officer in charge of the UN Women Philippines Program Office, and she as well is the officer in charge at the UN Women Regional Office for the Asia and the Pacific. Sarah?
Philippines Resident Coordinator, Gustavo González, Philippine Commission on Women Chairperson, Sandra Sanchez-Montano, and the Distinguished Board of Trustees, Philippine Commission on Women Executive Director, Christine Yuson Chavez, and members of its operations team, distinguished panel members from key government agencies, guests and participants. Good afternoon and happy International Women's Day. It is an honor to celebrate with you International Women's Day, which is a month-long celebration for the Philippines as part of the national policy. It is truly inspiring to know that government agencies and many other organizations from the non-profit, civil society and private sectors are actively taking part in the commemoration. This year's International Women's Day theme, Gender Equality Today for a Sustainable Tomorrow, puts a spotlight on the importance of ensuring women and girls are central in all our efforts to promote positive change to build a sustainable future for all. It is aligned with the theme of the CSW 66th session on achieving gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in the context of climate change, environmental and disaster risk reduction policies and programs. Building on these two intersecting events, let us revisit and reflect as key stakeholders our current and future actions that will help accelerate achievement of gender equality amidst climate change and natural disasters. The Philippines is located on the Pacific Ring of Fire and along the Pacific Typhoon Belt. This means that the country experiences many forms of natural disasters, such as typhoons, earthquakes, floods, volcanic eruptions, landslides, and fires. According to the World Risk Index 2020, the Philippines is one of the most disaster-prone countries in the world. Additionally, we are trying to cope with the fractures brought by COVID-19. I feel for the communities affected by the pandemic and disasters, which lead to displacement, disruption in public and social services, and damage to infrastructure and livelihoods. Right now, recovery efforts are still underway to help the victims of Typhoon Odette, while the Philippines is still trying to recover from other major typhoons in the past. Advancing gender equality in the context of the climate crisis and disaster risk reduction is one of the greatest global challenges of the 21st century. We need to continue to work and build back better with holistic, innovative, and future-proof plans. We need to be mindful of the context, situations, and needs of the most vulnerable communities, including women and girls, as they face some of the deepest impacts. Women and girls in all their diversity need to be a part of the conversation because achieving gender equality will open better pathways to a sustainable future for everyone. I would like to encourage the key ministries, officials, partners, and stakeholders to further mainstream gender in disaster risk reduction, climate action, and environmental protection. It is important to build and collect data on gender, climate change, and disasters so that we can have better gender-responsive policies and programs. I would also like to encourage the private sector to continue expressing commitment to work in partnership with communities and government. Everyone has a role and responsibility to address the crisis, protect our environment, and ensure a sustainable future for all as we share space on this planet. UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific and its Philippines Program Presence Office will always be ready to offer support. We are ready to provide platforms for continued engagements, extend our technical expertise, and continue to collaborate with partners towards achieving a gender equal and sustainable future for all. Thank you very much, and I wish you a meaningful conversation today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sarah Knibbs, Officer in charge of the UN Women Philippines Program Office and Deputy Regional Director of the UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, for giving us the context as to why this is the focus of the International Women's Day 2022. And indeed, it's very essential, it's very important for us to already work on it dahil isa po itong, because this is an urgent matter, no? Ito po ay kailangan na nating solusyonan. We need climate action right now. And then, of course, we also have to work towards mitigating disasters and preparing for the same. And now let's start with our presentations prior to our panel discussion. First up, we have Director Elenida Basug from the Climate Change Service of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. She's also currently the Director of DNR's Gender and Development Office. And among other things, at the DNR Climate Change Service, she heads the Technical Secretariat to the DNR Secretary as Chairperson to the Cabinet Cluster on Climate Change Adaptation, Mitigation, and Disaster Risk Reduction. She also heads the Secretariat to the Philippines Task Force Build Back Better, and she holds nearly 39 years of service in the country's environmental agency. At sigurado po ko na marami siyang masishare sa atin ngayon. Warm welcome po, Director Elenida Basu. Take it away.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At this time, I'd like to present some of our thoughts at the DNR on addressing the impacts of climate-related risks and COVID-19 pandemic to the environment and natural resource sector and women. And as I do that, I'd like to discuss first, broadly, the impacts of climate change to women. Second, I'd like to discuss pursuing gender mainstreaming in selected DNR priority programs. Third, I'd be mentioning selected stories of women in climate and disaster resiliency and COVID-19 response. And finally, end with some of the continuing challenges that we face in the area of gender mainstreaming in the environment and natural resources sector. How does climate change and disasters relate to gender? Climate change can impact on women's productive roles since the physical impacts of global warming can jeopardize sustainable livelihood strategies. Food security and family well-being are threatened when the resource base on which women rely to carry out their critical roles and obtain supplementary incomes is undermined. Natural disasters, particularly erosion and other forms of soil degradation, pollution of fresh waters, shoreline erosion, flooding, loss of wetlands, drought, and desertification impact directly on women in their roles as providers of food, water, and fuel. Natural disasters increase women's economic insecurity through loss of essential productive resources such as land, gardens, equipment, and animals. Women in informal sector work such as street vending, childcare, and domestic work, or owners of small home-based businesses may lose their jobs and have no means of securing compensation. Gender differences in access to and control over resources lead to differences in vulnerability and capacity to respond and recover. This includes access to economic, political, community, and internal resources, as well as time and information. Compared to men, women tend to have fewer resources to cope with climate shock and stresses. For example, gender differences in access to vital information about climate patterns or extreme weather events can increase vulnerability to the health risks of natural disasters and famines. When women do not have adequate information on hazards and risks and on the links of natural resources used to environmental sustainability to the same extent as men do, there is a risk that they can contribute directly and indirectly to environmental vulnerability. The particular roles, responsibilities, and needs of women as well as men need to be considered, as this may provide valuable information for developing early warning and information systems. Because of gender-specific constraints, low decision-making capacity, lack of assets such as financial, physical, human, and social, and sociocultural norms on mobility and others, women may need additional support in order to be able to effectively act upon information warnings. It is important then to understand the different impacts of climate change and natural disasters on women and men, such as the losses and costs to both, and their potential for recovery after disasters. What does this mean then for the environment and natural resources sector? What do the climate change impacts on the environment and natural resources imply as needed areas of action for us in the gender and development concerns? For the DNR's 10 priority programs, we see here Enhanced National Greening Program, Intensified Forest Protection, Enhanced Biodiversity Conservation, Clean Air, Clean Water, Manila Bay Cleanup, Solid Waste Management, Scaling Up of Coastal and Marine Ecosystems as among the DNR's priority programs. For this, we need to revisit and enhance policies on climate change to adapt to what we call as the IPCC 1.5 degrees Celsius findings and other recent reports. And for us in the gender and development sector, we see the need to mainstream gender and development concerns in the different priority programs of the DNR. And because of this, we will then see that we will need both significant gender-responsive government policies by way of the programs and important behavioral changes also. COVID-19 in the short term is radically altering our lifestyle, and for climate action that are gender-responsive, we need long-term cultural and behavioral shift. Okay, so what do we do then? one of the things that we've been endeavoring to do at the DNR would be to mainstream gender and development concerns in the priority programs of the DNR. And I'd like to mention here two of the priority programs that we're pursuing. One is on Enhanced National Greening Program. This program is a priority one for the Philippine government. It aims to reduce poverty, promote security, environmental stability, biodiversity conservation, and enhance climate change mitigation and adaptation. Amongst the Enhanced National Greening Program's objectives also are to provide opportunities for communities to develop social enterprises, to produce sustainable livelihood and optimize benefits, encourage local government units, organize upland communities in the development of forest plantations, including forest parks. And amongst the program outcomes expected from the Enhanced National Greening Program would be self-sufficiency in wood and agroforestry products. By way of economic security, the program seeks to contribute to increased and sustainable supply of forest-based raw materials, increased economic activity in the uplands, and optimize utilization of upland resources. By way of environmental stability, this seeks to improve forest cover with 85% survival. This seeks to increase carbon sequestration in the forest areas. And this seeks to likewise increase water holding capacity, reduce downstream flooding and soil erosion, and improve environmental services. To be able to make the Enhanced National Greening Program more gender responsive, these are among the areas that had been looked into and are being seen as important areas of concern to make ENGP more gender responsive. With the program's focus on family as program beneficiaries, there's then need to assess well the features of the family as a program beneficiary. There is likewise need to do commodity road mapping. What are the forest species that are important, that are going to be on the line? What are the fruit trees, the indigenous species that will be available? We also need to do comprehensive site development contract or activity-based contract. Program goals and objectives would have to explicitly indicate the improvement to income by a certain percentage, like 12% for instance, based on per person income in 2011 of the 60% men and 40% women in selected areas. You would also need to revisit performance-based indicators to include socioeconomic indicators such as the number of men and women benefiting from the project to be able to really see if this program is being gender responsive. Next. Another program that we would like to mainstream gender development concerns as one of the priority programs of the DNR is the Coastal and Marine Ecosystems Management Program, or more popularly known as the CEMEM. This is provided for in DNR Administrative Order number 2016-26, which sets forth the guidelines for the implementation of the Coastal and Marine Ecosystems Management Program. The overall program goal here is for coastal and marine ecosystem services and benefits to be optimized and enhanced to contribute to the well-being of Filipinos. And the other program objectives are to effectively reduce the drivers and pressures on coastal and marine ecosystems, which lead to its continuous degradation in order to improve the status of coastal and marine ecosystems and their services. And then what we see here now, what are ways to make CEMEM, or the Coastal and Marine Ecosystems Management Program, be more gender responsive? First, it is seen that there's need to design and implement livelihood alternatives that respond to the needs of women and men with awareness raising activities on the ecological importance of coastal and marine resources. There's need to ensure equitable management of protected areas where women are involved. There's need to provide support to ensure their active participation in the conservation and preservation activities. And there's also need to increase the number of women and men benefiting from community-based ecotourism and other biodiversity-friendly livelihoods. As part of our Women's Month celebration this year, we also tried to see and scout and harvest selected stories of women in climate and disaster resiliency and COVID-19 response. What I'll show here are 4 selected examples coming from different geographical areas of women initiatives in climate and disaster resiliency and even COVID-19 response. I mentioned here an example of a barangay chairperson in Manila, in Barangay 412 in Manila, where the president of the women-led association called Nagkakaisang Mamayan ng Legarda had been implementing a number of development initiatives on COVID-19 response. And they're into women economic empowerment, they're into advocacy and climate change resiliency, and environmental protection. I remember that this group spearheaded the preparation of face masks for community members. They likewise had to provide a source of alternative livelihood through communal gardens and address food security during the height of the pandemic. The barangay also received some dual drum composter to turn solid waste into organic compost, which they can use in communal gardens and address the waste management issues and concerns within the community. Another example is that of a woman from Bukidnon, or this is Luri Palma Gumonon, coming from Manola Portage of Bukidnon. This woman is a teacher from a national high school in Bukidnon. She has constantly encouraged and motivated her students to be stewards of the environment, and through her leadership, they were also able to have become an active partner in the advocacy of Tayo ng Kalikasan movement of the DNR. In the year 2021, they had a Basura Bailo Ayuda outreach program. They likewise had been able to raise some funds to raise relief goods and COVID-19 health kits, increase awareness on proper disposal of medical waste amidst the pandemic, and collected plastic bottles which will be used in the Gulayan sa Paaralan and Recycling Program. Next slide, please. We see here an example of a woman from Mountain Province. She has started to dream to pilot a tree planting project in their community with her students. She has also inspired the parents, teachers, and her students to work together in developing their Gulayan sa Paaralan program. This primarily aims to sustain the feeding program of the school, and the lady has inspired the senior citizens in the community to start the Gulayan sa Bakuran for them to harvest their own fresh and nutritious food for free. But apart from that, they've likewise launched an Eco Bricks Challenge to encourage her community to make eco bricks, which will be used for the school landscaping and beautification projects. She also started the Face Mask Po Itahimo program, where they made several hundreds of washable face masks and donated this to minimize the irresponsible disposal behavior during the pandemic. Next slide, please. And I think I have a final story from a woman in Bohol, Tagbilaran, where she is the president of the Junior Chamber International Chocolate Hills chapter. During her term, she was able to do environment-related projects such as roadside tree planting, mangrove planting, and coastal cleanup. And to her initiatives here, we are very grateful for inspiring the community to do likewise. In all this, we see as several continuing challenges as we have drawn this from the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Plan that runs until the 2025. As part of the JWE Chapter 2, Agriculture, Fishery, and Forestry, The overall strategic outcome is reduced poverty among rural women as a result of increased access to land and capital, access to better jobs and agribusiness opportunities, increased participation in leadership and decision-making in the agriculture, fishery, and forestry sector. Likewise, we see these as the major gender issues in the forestry and fisheries sector that we must continue to work on as they are continuing challenges to us. The high poverty incidence among women in forestry and fisheries sector, the loss of access of women to land ownership, other resources and opportunities, the lower wage rates of women than men in fishery and forestry sectors, the low access to appropriate financial instruments and products, low participation of women in leadership and decision-making positions, the need to assess the gender responsiveness of laws, policies, and programs on fishery and forestry, and the need to emphasize the plight of the indigenous women in the recovery program of the government and beyond. Next slide, please. So in here, we see then that the systemic problems that we have and the systemic solutions that we have need to be matched with our overall understanding of where the problems are coming from. The solution is the promotion of transformational change to restore balance between natural systems and human systems. And the strategy is the adoption of a gender-responsive, long-term, sustainable, inclusive, resilient, low carbon, low polluting, nature positive, and circular economy based pathway for society. What we're seeing now is that climate crisis is with us and it has not gone away despite COVID-19, and therefore our response cannot be put on hold. COVID-19 pandemic to us reinforces the urgency of our response on this matter. What we're aiming, the crisis then that we are all unfortunately confronting provides us the opportunity to rethink, reevaluate our directions, our choices for the economy, for the environment, and for humanity. We need to analyze our responses to the pandemic through the climate and gender lens. We can in fact convert this crisis into opportunities to accelerate gender-responsive climate action and build back better, greener, and bluer. I think those are all of the thoughts that I wanted to share this time. Thank you and keep safe.
Thank you very much po, Director Alenida Basug of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources for that very comprehensive discussion. No? So you talked about the difference of the impact of disasters and climate change on women, and as well as the women leaders, no, when it comes to environmental management programs. So napakaganda pong makita netong ating mga Juanas na gumagawa po ng paraan, no, sa kanilang pong sarili pong sikap, sa kanila pong sariling pamamaraan para po masolusyonan or at least ma-address itong climate change, no, at maka-adapt po, maka-mitigate po sa disaster. And of course, again, thank you very much, Director Basug. And I know that our GAD advocates, of course, hindi lang po tayo gender and development advocates, we're also environment advocates, no? At alam po namin na despite that, marami pa rin po tayong nararanasan na mga kalamidad, lalo na dito sa Pilipinas, no? Medyo marami pong mga nagdaan na bagyo, alam naman po natin ito. Pero gusto ko din pong malaman ano po ang mga tipikal na naranasan po ninyo nito pong mga kasama natin dito sa event na ito, ano yung mga kalamidad po na madalas pong nararanasan sa inyo pong lugar? So you can choose po, bagyo ba ito, baha, lindol o pagsabog ng bulkan o tagtuyot po, no? So you can see the Facebook poll that we have launched in the bottom part po ng ating video. So ano ang mga kalamidad na madalas pong nararanasan sa inyo pong lugar, no? Kanina po nakita namin marami from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. So sa inyo pong lugar, pwede nyo rin pong i-comment yan, no? Kung taga saan po kayo, and let's see kung ano po yung madalas po nating nararanasan na kalamidad, bagyo, baha, lindol, pagsabog ng bulkan o tagtuyot. Ayan, tignan po natin yung ating mga results. Click nyo lang po inyong mga sagot dyan, no? At ay, isa ko pa pong gustong i-highlight din sa sinabi po ni Director Basog, no? Hindi na po makakapaghintay ang action natin on climate change, no? We have to act on it now kasi hindi po, so far, hindi po nawawala ang problema na ito. Kaya kailangan na po natin siyang i-address. So let's close the poll and let's look at the results. So we saw that 86% of our respondents sa atin pong Facebook poll ay bagyo o baha yung madalas po nilang nararanasan, and 25% naman po ay nakaranas na po ng pagsabog ng bulkan, while 7% ay drought o tagtuyot, at lindol naman po ay 4%, no? So patuloy po sana natin na isulong yung gender equality at kapakanan ng mga Juanas, no, lalo na po dito sa mga madalas pong bahain na lugar, no, yung mga low-lying areas po natin. And of course, ang climate change po at kalamidad ay may epekto nga sa mga Juanas, lalo na yung mga nasa vulnerable sector. So para po ipaliwanag at ibahagi na rin kung ano yung mga programa para sa mga Juanas po natin na apektado. Kasama po natin mula sa National Anti-Poverty Commission, Head Executive Assistant Eduardo Tonog Banwa. So, Mr. Tonog Banwa started working as a community organizer for an agrarian reform project sa Iloilo, and he transferred to Manila and worked at the Development Academy of the Philippines and later on the Livelihood Corporation. He also worked with various non-government organizations catering to urban poor, farmers, and fisher folks. At nagsilbi rin po siya bilang isang consultant sa DENR, detailed to the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, or BFAR, as Enterprise Development Assistant. And right after the Typhoon Yolanda, he worked with NAPSI as Deputy Program Manager of the Community Fish Landing Centers, and he also worked with international NGOs. And currently, he serves as the head executive assistant of NAPSI. Let's all welcome Mr. Eduardo Tonog Banwa. Hi, sir. Take it away po.
Good afternoon to all. I would like to thank the Philippine Commission on Women for the opportunity to speak before you today and congratulate the PCW today's celebration of International Women's Day. The Philippines ranked third among all countries in terms of disaster risk based on the World Risk Report in 2018. According to the United Nations Office of Disaster Risk Reduction, majority of the country's land area is exposed to different types of hazards, and more than 70% of the population is susceptible to their impact. The Philippines' location and geographical context makes us rich in natural resources, but at the same time, it exposes us to multiple hazards such as typhoons and storm surges in our coastal communities. Since our islands are located within the ring of fire between the Eurasia and Pacific tectonic plates, hazards like volcanic eruptions and earthquakes are always a threat to the entire population. However, hydrometeorological events such as typhoons and floods accounts for the 80% of the natural disasters in the country. Since poverty plays a major role in disaster risk, it would be impossible to discuss disaster risk reduction without tackling poverty. In 2018, poverty incidence among women was roughly equal to the national average of 16.7%, which amounts to about 8.6 million poor women and girls in the country. This has declined from about 11.8 million poor women in 2015, according to the PSA, in line with a significant poverty decline posted by the country between 2015 and 2018, as you can see in the box. Poverty incidence among women refers to the proportion of women belonging to poor families with per capita income less than the per capita poverty threshold to the total number of women. Among the basic sectors, however, farmers and fisher folks still posted the highest poverty rates in 2018 at 31.6% and 26.2% respectively. Overall, individuals residing in rural areas recorded a poverty incidence of 24.5%, nearly 50% higher than the national average. This means that nearly three-quarters of poor women in the country are rural and indigenous women. Not coincidentally, the aforementioned sectors are also the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Rural poverty is directly linked to low agricultural productivity amid a high supply of labor. As noted by the updated Philippine Development Plan 2017 to 2022, the performance of the agricultural sector remains weak due to climate and weather disturbances such as El Nino and typhoons, among others. As we know, poverty and climate change have gender-differentiated impacts, and together present intersecting and heavier burdens on rural and indigenous women. For instance, poor rural and indigenous women typically suffer low development outcomes in education, nutrition, health, and mobility due in part to the traditional and disproportionate burden of care work. Climate change aggravates this burden as women and girls tend to spend more time for household tasks such as collecting firewood and water, and less time for economically productive endeavors. The key issue at the nexus of poverty and climate change adaptation for women is access to land and productive resources. It has been noted that women constitute less than a third of the total agricultural workforce. Yet, their contribution to food production is likely underestimated in official statistics due to their weak access to productive resources as compared to men. Among holders of emancipation patents, or EP, and certificates of land ownership awards, or CLOA, in 2020, per data provided by the AA to the PSA, just under 40% are women. The detriment of women's lack of access to land and resources to their economic empowerment are clear enough. Yet, as also noted in a PIDS policy brief, women may also have fewer options to adapt to the changes brought about by climate change because they have lower command over resources such as land, credit, and information. Natural disasters kill more women than men, directly and indirectly, through post-disaster events in societies where a socioeconomic status of women is low. The difference in mortality rate lies in the unequal access to opportunities and unequal exposure to risk, making them more vulnerable to natural disasters. For instance, late stages of pregnancy make women less mobile during emergencies, thus increasing disaster risk. Maternal risk, miscarriage, and infant mortality are also risks that are distinct to women, especially when basic health care infrastructures and services are unavailable after a disaster event. During recovery and rehabilitation after a disaster, workload of women increases as they are often in the front line of setting up the entire household in relocation sites. Tasks like ensuring that food and water, kitchen utensils, hygiene kits, among others, are available usually falls on women. According to a study entitled Phases of Vulnerability, Gender, Climate Change, and Disaster that was conducted in Laguna, additional workload after a disaster are assumed by women as husbands and sons are expected to help rebuild damaged infrastructure at the community and household level. According to the study, selling of salvaged products are usually done by women on top of the customary workloads such as caring for the children, sick, and the elderly, among other household chores. These post-disaster tasks cause girls to stop schooling, hinder women from engaging in skills development and other forms of livelihood. During the onslaught of Typhoon Haiyan or Yolanda, more than 3.5 million women and girls were affected. 250,000 of them were pregnant and 169,000 were breastfeeding. Their distinct nutritional needs, when unmet, making coping with disasters even tougher for them. Also, their displacement from their homes put them at greater risk of sexual violence and of falling prey to human traffickers. Haiyan also caused the loss of income sources for almost 6 million workers, 40% of whom are female workers. The impact of Typhoon Odette to women are still to be fully assessed. Women were also disproportionately affected in terms of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic to jobs. According to a study conducted by the Asian Development Bank, in all sectors, 39% of the workforce are women, and they account for 44% of the job losses. Amid women's vulnerability to disasters due to gender roles and relationships, they can also become disaster risk reduction champions that could shape the community's capacity to prepare, withstand, and recover from emergencies. In National Anti-Poverty Commission, majority or 68,656 of our Kasambayanian volunteers across all regions in the country are women. They comprise 66% of the volunteers in agricultural, urban areas, including relocation sites and coastal communities. Kasambayanihan volunteers are community champions that are expected to steward 50 households in their respective communities. They serve as vital conduits of information on government programs and services. Women Kasambayanihan volunteers are also equipped with the knowledge on village eco-governance development framework that is anchored on the principles of ecological protection and climate justice that is focused on the role of actors at the barangay level. Part of the activities already conducted to women Kasambayanian volunteers include trainings on Poverty Reduction Monitoring System or PRMS of the NAPSI. PRMS is a data collection system intended for internal use of the NAPSI to supplement its effort on monitoring household level conditions with respect to the rights of the poor as provided in the Magna Carta of the Poor or Republic Act 11291. The MCP contains provisions that mandates different government agencies that food, shelter, work, education, and social protection services are available before, during, and after emergencies. Currently, women members of Kasambayanihan are facilitating the ongoing distribution of safe drinking waters in areas affected by Typhoon Odette in Region 7 and Region 8. At the national level, the NAPSI Women's Sectoral Council have laid down this year in their priority agenda the localization of the Magna Carta of Women or Republic Act 9710 and the Responsible Parenthood and Reproductive Health Law of 2012. To address poverty as a vulnerability to hazards brought about by climate change, the NAPSI is mandated to oversee and monitor compliance of different government agencies and instrumentalities to the provision of the MCP. The Act directs the government to establish a system of progressive realization or implementation to provide the requirements, conditions, and opportunities for the full enjoyment or realization of the following rights of the poor: right to adequate food, right to decent work, right to relevant and quality education, right to adequate housing, and right to the highest attainable standard of health. The Act's implementing rules and regulations, issued in 2019, provides that all policies, programs, projects, and services to be issued and or implemented by virtue of the Act and its IRR shall be understood to be gender responsive, disability inclusive, culture and conflict sensitive, and age appropriate. With this principle in mind, following are some pertinent provisions of the IRR to which compliance, as mentioned, shall be overseen and monitored by NAPSI. In accordance with the state policy to empower its constituencies by enhancing their capability to produce their own food, the government shall prioritize and promote own food production by poor households and communities as a strategy for attaining food security. This shall entail fast-tracking the distribution of land and other necessary assets to poor households and organizations, production support, including infrastructures, inputs, financing, insurance, and extension for climate-responsive household and or community food production, preferably through organic agriculture system. And as productivity increases, product diversification and integration of household and community food producers into value chains in order to increase incomes. The Department of Agrarian Reform shall expedite land acquisition and distribution to poor farmer beneficiaries and in coordination with LGUs, ensure that they are actually installed in and have full control over awarded lands. The DAR shall encourage and facilitate the formation of farmer beneficiaries into Agrarian Reform Beneficiaries Organization, or ARBOS, or Agrarian Reform Beneficiary Associations, or ARBAS, with the express purpose of working the land primarily for own food production and for them to qualify for support services that DAR provides to ARBOS and ARBAS, that is, for example, tractor, hauling thresher, and other similar equipment. The National Commission on Indigenous People, or NCIP, shall expedite the issuance of certificates of ancestral domain title or certificates of ancestral land title and strictly enforce the requirement of free, prior, and informed consent on activities encroaching on ancestral domains by way of protecting the local food production practices of indigenous peoples, indigenous cultural communities. The DSWD, DOLE, DTI, and other concerned agencies, in coordination with the LGUs, the Development Bank of the Philippines, and the Land Bank of the Philippines, shall facilitate access to finance and provide technical support to the poor necessary in establishing, developing, and expanding micro, small, and medium enterprises which correspond to existing or potential economic activities in the community. We look forward to working with the PCW, our women's sector, the other stakeholders, to ensure that the formulation and implementation of the NPRP shall attain the shared purpose of poverty reduction and climate change adaptation among women towards a sustainable tomorrow. Lastly, I would like to read a message from the NAPSI Women's Sectoral Council. Ang Women's Sectoral Council ay maalab na bumabati sa lahat ng representatives mula sa iba't ibang ahensya. 2 taon ngayon ng ating bansa ay humarap sa isa sa pinakamatinding suliranin sa buong mundo, ang COVID-19 pandemic. Kung kaya't hindi makakaila na bagamat marami na rin ang ating napagtagumpayan sa usapin na pagtaas ng antas ng kalagayan ng kababaihan sa lahat ng larangan, sa panahon ding ito ay nagpakita na napakarami pa ang dapat gawin. Nariyan ang nakakabahalang pagtaas ng bilang ng mga kaso ng iba't ibang uri na karahasan laban sa kababaihan at bata. Ang pagkabansot ng pananaw sa tunay na kakayanan ng mga kababaihan na mamuno, usapin ng kahirapan, kawalan ng hanapbuhay, at ang mga maling polisiya na nagpapatuloy ng higit pang di pagkapantay-pantay sa ating lipunan at lalo pang pagkasira ng ating kapaligiran. Kami ay nakikisa sa pagdiriwang ng pandidigan buwan ng kababaihan. Nawa ay magsilbing apoy na nag-aalab sa ating mga puso ang naging sakripisyo ng mga naunang kababaihang leader sa ating bansa. Gaya ng mga naunang pinagtagumpayan natin, tayo ay naniniwala na kaya ni Juan at ni Juan alagaan ang ating bansa sa tuluyang pagkasira nito. Para sa tawang ito, ang pangunahing agenda na nailatag ng NAPSI Women's Sectoral Council ay ang mga sumusunod. Localization of Magna Carta of Women, or RA 9710, full implementation of RPRH law or Republic Act 10354 na parehong nasa kategorya ng social dimension sa NAPSI law. Ang peace and security na napakaloob naman sa governance dimension at ang panghuli ay at higit na nangangailangan ng pagtatapok sa kasalukuyang panahon ang climate change adaptation and disaster risk management na may ecological dimension. Ang Council ay magsasagawa ng forum sa usaping ng kababaihan, kahirapan at politika, pagpasa ng mga resolusyon, pagsasanay ng mga leader kababaihan, paglalabas ng mga IEC materials, monitoring activities at pagsasagawa ng mga maliliit na proyekto katuwang ang ilang LGUs at NGAs gaya ng PCW, DILG at DSWD. Maliit na ambag patungo sa paninibago ng mga polisiya at programa na tunay na tutugon sa pag-unlad sa lahat ng tao, babae man o lalaki. Panghuli, napakarami na ng ating napagtagpo ngayon, subalit marami pa rin ang ating dapat gawin. Hanggat patuloy ang pagtatanggi sa kasarian, edad, etnisidad, relihiyon, at may naghihirap, ang NAPSI ay magpapatuloy sa kanyang gawain sa loob man o labas ng ating ahensya. Please rest assured that the Secretariat under Attorney Noel K. Filonco will extend any and all assistance towards the realization of these agenda items. Maraming salamat at padayon, mga Juana.
Maraming salamat, Sir Ed. Ang dami nating ebidensya tungkol sa tunay na epekto ng climate crisis at ng disaster sa ating mga Juana, sa ating mga kababaihan. At importante po yung mga inilatag ninyong ibang mga kailangan ng tinatrabaho, hindi lamang ng NAPSI. At crucial din po na marinig natin mula sa iba't iba ring sangay ng ating pamahalaan kung ano pa yung mga dapat nating gawin para tutukan ito. Nagpapasalamat din po kami sa NAPSI Women's Council dahil konkreto ang mga inilalatag na nais gawin at padayon po kami ay umaasa sa patuloy na commitment at magiging bahagi ng konsultasyon na gagawin upang higit itong mas maging makabuluhan. So bukod po sa mga government agencies, we've heard from DENR and NAPSI ang kanilang mga inputs at ang yaman po. Sana yung mga estudyante, ang mga teachers na nakasama natin ngayon are really taking notes, and I hope we could also share if our resource persons are willing to share with us their PowerPoint presentations, because they're really very rich in information as to the mandate of the agencies, the key actions being done, and really the honesty about the existing issues that we still need to confront and address. Pero bukod po sa mga government agencies, malaki rin ang papel ng pribadong sektor sa advokasya natin na maisulong ang gender equality sa konteksto ng climate change action at disaster risk reduction. To share how Juanas can contribute in this, we have with us Ms. Arlie Jo B. Endonila of the Harry Bond Foundation. Ms. Arlie started her career in human resources and evolved to capacity development, project management and development, and nonprofit fundraising in the field of development work. She's very passionate about biodiversity conservation, project management consultant and site coordinator of Haribon for the Women Go project. She's also a partnerships consultant of Make-A-Wish Philippines, a foundation focused on granting the wishes of children with critical illnesses and giving them hope, strength, and joy. Over to you, Miss Arlie.
Good morning sa lahat ng nanonood ng ating programa ngayong hapon. Again, I'm Arlie Endonilda of Haribon Foundation. And let me share with you about Haribon Foundation first. But before that, I would like to greet all the women watching this webinar right now. Happy Women's Day. And I hope that soon it's no longer a big celebration, but a part of normal life. to celebrate women and to celebrate equality and equity among all genders, no? Eh, so, ayan, let's start with our presentation. My presentation is about what Haribon is doing on the ground as an environmental conservation organization. We always put hashtag Kababaihan para sa kalikasan on all our efforts with women in environmental conservation. Next, please. So about Haribon, the name Haribon was coined from Haring Ibon or the Philippine eagle. It's our national bird, and it was so named because the existence of the king of the birds is a perfect barometer of the state of our forests. The Philippine eagle needs a big tract of forest land in order for it to survive and to increase its population. It's a top predator, so the existence of the Philippine eagle will ensure us that the forest is still healthy. Next, please. Haribon it has been existing since 1972. It first started as the Haribon Society of Bird Watchers. You can continue to click the yes. Let's continue till the end of the slide. All right, thank you. It it is it was SEC registered back in 1984 as the Haribon Foundation. Haribon Foundation's focus is on biodiversity conservation, and its niche developed over 50 years of scientific excellence and socioeconomic research is to advocate for biodiversity conservation by building constituencies, empowering communities, and applying scientific and multidisciplinary approaches. It engages individuals to live the lifestyle of a biodiversity champion. Haribon also focuses on these four pillars. Ito yung tungtungan ng conservation work ni Haribon Foundation. Next, please. These four pillars are saving species, conserving sites and habitats, encouraging sustainability, and empowering people. Ayan. So these are the four pillars that is the basis of Haribon's work. Next, please. Ayan. Let's continue. Also, we base all our community site action work through this framework, the integrated community-based resource management framework. This framework is based on the realities where you can see the red triangle. The realities on the ground is that we have degraded environment, primarily the situation of disempowered people and the poor marginalized economy. So that's the realities on the ground. And we cannot solve these concerns or this situation or these problems if we do not solve all three. So we to invert this triangle, the red triangle, we employ several tools like participatory natural resource management, community organizing tools, and sustainable livelihood in order for us to reach the ideal situation. The ideal situation, employing equity-based, process-oriented, iterative, participative, and empowering, flexible and adaptive area and community-specific components will result into a healthy and balanced ecology with empowered organized communities and healthy and equitable local economy. So that's where our foundation of community organizing towards environmental conservation geared towards. Next. The project that is focused on women that Haribon Foundation is implementing right now is funded by the European Union, and it is entitled Enhancing the Role of Women in Protected Area Governance for Social Change, or simply put, Women Go. This project is located, is being implemented in the northern Quezon, in Real, Infanta, and General Nakar. And we work with the forest-dependent women living in the protected area of PP 1636. The objectives of this project is as follows. Our main outputs, let's start from the bottom. Our main outputs are to strengthen women who will contribute to improved community well-being, including climate resiliency. And the women are able to participate in or support protected area management strategies. The overall impact that we wish to achieve is to enhance the role of women as change agents and decision makers. And the outcome is to increase the level of influence of rural women in protected area governance towards social change. So how are we going to achieve this? These are the targets, the targets of the project. Next, please. So, okay, go back. Sorry, Gaboy. So our targets are to have a gender-responsive protected area and management plan, and we work closely with the DNR, Senro Real for this. We also want to have a local GAD plan that supports the protected area management plan. The agenda or program supported by the local government unit and the protected area management board. The women agenda or programs that is supported by local government unit and protected area management board. We need to have a women's organization as a PAMB member. The project started with very low participation of women in the protected area management board, and the INAIPAS, the law governing the protected areas, states that we need to at least have 40% of women in the board, and we want to push this, especially in having a women's organization as part of the PAMB member. We also want to have PAMB committee to include gender issues and concerns, and women environmental champions will be identified at the end of this project, and women-led programs supported of protected area management focused on NRM, natural resource management, climate change adaptation, ecosystems-based disaster risk reduction programs that are proposed by women for women. And then, of course, because you want to have equitable economy and access for women, we are implementing sustainable livelihood by women for women based on the criteria of the biodiversity-friendly enterprise. So to achieve this, we tapped women organizations that are present in the area. So we identified 5 women organizations that is barangay-based, and 4 women federations to ensure that there is sustainability in their action. This strategy ensures that there is widespread domino effect among women supporting conservation activities and programs. Next, please. Towards empowered communities, we out after the assessment of their training needs, of the women's training needs, perception survey, and participatory situational analysis, we put together a curriculum that we entitled Protected Area Governance for Women, which is a training curriculum focused on developing women environmental champions among the communities living within the protected area of PP 1636. As part of empowering communities, we have reactivated this 9 women organization since several of them does not have a registration yet in a registering institution like the Department of Labor or the Securities and Exchange Commission. We help them prepare their registration, and now 7 out of 9 of them are already established as an independent organization. And they are able to function with a clear direction and ensure sustainability of organization, guided by a newly formulated and updated constitution and bylaws, vision and mission, and 5-year strategic plan. This is part of their organizational development plan for the strengthening of the women organizations. And next, as part of the empowering community activities, they also underwent gender and development training activities, wherein they assess their situation, especially focusing on their environmental situation. And they, as part of their assessment, they created gender and development plans for their barangays and for their municipalities. These gender and development plans, these GAD plans, are being presented, and some still needs to be presented to their barangays and to their municipalities. One municipality already supported, expressed support to the GAD plan of these women. What is very hopeful for these women is that they are the ones who identified their problems, women issues and concerns, and they are the ones also providing solutions to these issues and concerns. Next, we have a healthy and balanced ecology. After the training, most of the trainings that we conducted because of the pandemic, and since we cannot saturate capacity development training programs to all the women members of the organization, we decided to come up with a pool of facilitators to be able to cascade the learnings that they gained during our training programs. So there's now an active engagement in programs supporting women concerns and forest governance, and 101 women were trained as facilitators, teaching other women about biodiversity and forest conservation. They have started to conduct re-echo of their learning sessions previously experienced. And the one organization have signified their interest to be a member of the Protected Area Management Board through a board resolution in their organization. For a healthy and equitable economy, because of course we cannot successfully, or there's a low success for conservation to work if we do not implement also, or do not help them in terms of providing them with sustainable livelihood projects. The 9 organizations are now being provided with intensive capacity development activities um, to ensure that their biodiversity friendly enterprises are past the criteria of BDFE, which is being environmentally friendly and ecologically sound. There's economic viability, equitable and gender responsive, and has it fits the enterprise policy climate. So there are 9 gender responsive, biodiversity friendly enterprises proposed, and these are now being assessed. Their market and feasibility study is now being done, and then they are also undergoing a business planning. 3 of the organization have accessed livelihood funds for their local government units. All right. So the next steps, um, eh, those are the milestones that the project has gained over the last 2 years. And the next steps for this are full implementation of the PAG Women training program. Part of this is the life skills training. We have identified 5 basic life skills, including negotiation skills, conflict resolution and management skills, presentation skills, so that the women will also be able to present their projects to potential partners and business opportunities. And then we will be implementing environmental leadership and organizational development training, integrated protected area governance, and ecosystems-based adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Although they have been bombarded with lots of training, the women organization are very actively participating. They are actively participating in the training, and has expressed that although it's difficult for them, it's they see that the trainings are very important to ensure the success, especially in their livelihood implementation. This is the key message that the women has put together. Kababaihan, katuwang sa pamamahala ng masaganang kalikasan. So this is their battle cry for the 4-year project. And finally, maraming salamat sa lahat na nandito. Thank you for listening to our sharing of what Haribon is doing for environmental conservation and women empowerment, especially for the rural women who are very dependent in their forests.
Thank you very much po, Miss Arlie from the Harry Bon Foundation. We appreciate you making time for us today and sharing this initiatives no, of women environment defenders. And it's really great to know that women have this role in protecting areas and introducing social change, of course, no. And nakita po namin that your organizations, no, the federations, have gender responsive programs, and they even came up with gender and development plans that they share with their municipalities, mapabarangay man po or LGU, no. So nakakatuwa po na may ganitong sharing of best practices, sharing of gender and development plans to them. And it's nice to know that they promote gender responsive and biodiversity friendly enterprises. So dito po natin nakita yung intersection talaga no nung livelihood, nung livelihood ng pag manage din po natin sa environment, and as well as of course gender equality and enabling and empowering women to participate in this forest governance po natin. So I just would like to reiterate din yung ating key message, no, yung key message from Haribon Foundation. Napakaganda po na kababaihan, katuwang sa pamamahala ng masaganang kalikasan. Thank you very much po again, Miss Arlie from the Haribon Foundation. And yan, Miss Len, ang dami po nating ang daming
Sobrang
discussion.
daming impormasyon, sobrang daming magagandang points that I think kailangan nating mag-take ng time para i-digest. Pero ang critical talaga doon, mahalagang palagi nating maalala na may malaking role ang kababaihan pagdating sa pangangalaga ng ating kalikasan, gayon din kung paano ito papaunlarin. At importanteng marinig din natin later sa ating panel discussion kung paano higit na i-involve pa sila para sa meaningful programs and actions. Pero bago yon, I think kailangan na natin magkaroon muli ng energizer.
Yes. At balikan lang po natin yung mechanics natin. Masaglit lang. Una, syempre, ipapakita po namin sa screen ang katanungan at hintayin po ang Facebook comment marker bago po kayo mag-type in ng inyong answers.
So yan po ang makikita nyo na marker pag tinanong, pagka-deliver ng tanong, answers to question, at meron po kayong dapat antayin na lumabas na marker bago nyo po i-post ang inyong sagot.
And the first one to post a correct answer below the marker will win. So we will verify that po. No? So tatanggapin lang po namin yung mga answers na sa Facebook live stream and not on Twitter and not on YouTube po. No? So Facebook live stream lamang po tayo.
At ang huling paalala ay isang beses lang po kayong pwedeng manalo. So kahit gaano po kaaktibo sa pagsagot, okay lang po yan. Pero para mabigyan natin ng pagkakataon ng iba na maging winner din, isang beses lamang po. Gayon din, hindi pwede at hindi qualified sumali ang mga kawani at opisyal ng Philippine Commission on Women.
Yes, may matatanggap pong special package from Philippine Commission on Women ang mga magwawagi. So, let's start na po with our first question, Ms. Len.
Yes, let's do this. So, question number 1. Ang hirap talaga. Anong section sa Magna Carta of Women ang naglalatag ng mga karapatan ng mga kababaihan sa panahon ng kalamidad, delubyo at iba pang krisis? Inisip ko, sino kaya ang makakasagot ng section na ito?
Feeling ko
Gusto
po yung mga,
makilala.
mga nasa DNR na feeling ko nanonood po
yung
sila.
hawak nila yung
sa
mandate
ngayon.
na ito.
Yes. Medyo nadalian po kasi sila sa mga past questions natin before. So medyo
kailangan
level
nyo yung nosebleed. Okay.
Level 2 na tong mga questions na to. So tingnan po natin.
Tingnan nga natin kung may sumagot na.
Yes, the Facebook marker is already typed in sa ating comment section. So, abangan po natin kung merong makakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ayan, medyo pare-pareho po sila ng mga kasagutan. At sabi po ng ating Facebook team, meron na pong nakakuha ng tamang sagot. Ano po ba ang tamang sagot, Ms. Len?
Ang tamang sagot ay Section 10. Bear with me, pero babasahin ko ng mabilis kung ano ang nilalaman ng Section 10. Section 10, Women affected by disasters, calamities, and other crisis situations states that women have the right to protection and security in times of disasters, calamities, and other crisis situations, especially in all phases of relief, recovery, rehabilitation, and construction efforts. The state shall provide for immediate humanitarian assistance, allocation of resources, and early resettlement. If necessary, it shall also address the particular needs of women from a gender perspective to ensure their full protection from sexual exploitation and other sexual and gender-based violence committed against them. Responses to disaster situations shall include the provision of services such as psychosocial support, livelihood support, education, psychological health, and comprehensive health services, including protection during pregnancy. So, ang lawak nung Section 10, but I heard a lot of our panel members kanina have been discussing about this already. So, I think it is really a reiteration and a call to action for all of the different mandated agencies to look into it and act on it.
Yes, that's correct po. And congratulations dun sa nanalo. Announce po namin yan mamaya. Now, let's go to question number 2. Question number 2. Anong taon nga po ba na isabatas ang Republic Act 9729 o Climate Change Act? Ayan. Ito po nilatag yung National Climate Change Action Plan at iba pa pong mga probisyon patungkol po sa climate action dito sa ating bansa. Meron na po ba? Yan, meron na po tayong Facebook marker. At ayun po sa ating Facebook team, ayan, meron na po tayong panalo dito sa ating question number 2 at pakita po natin ang ating sagot. Ang sagot po ay 2009. So 2009 po na isabatas ang Republic Act 9729. At ito po ay naglatag din ng ilang mga provisions patungkol po sa gender sensitive, no, and gender responsive proper perspective when it comes to climate change action. So napakahalaga po ng batas na ito.
Yes, at importanteng pamilyar tayo dito, lalo na yung mga nasa spasyo ng nagsusulong ng advokasya pagdating sa climate action. Okay, tumungo na tayo sa question number 3. Pang-ilan sa Sustainable Development Goals ang climate action? Pang-ilan sa Sustainable Development Goals ang climate action? Antayin ng marker.
Review naman. SDG review naman po tayo ngayon. Andiyan naman po ang ating marker.
At meron kayong clue kasama yan sa ating frame right now.
Tama. Correct po yan. At ayan na, mabilis po nilang nakita siguro dito sa ating frame ngayon. At meron na pong nakasagot ng tama. Ipakita po natin ang sagot natin.
Well done.
Yes, Ms. Len?
It's SDG 13 for climate action.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Now let's go to question number 4. Ito, madaling-madali na po ito. Matagal na po ang council na ito. So, feeling ko, kayang-kaya na po natin sagutin ito. Question number 4. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng NDRRMC? Medyo mahaba lang, pero kanina pa po natin din pinaulit-ulit yung ilan sa mga words na to. So, kailangan tandaan din po natin itong mga ito.
Testing yan ng typing skills ng ating mga participants today.
Totoo. Pabilisan na lang po
ito.
mag-type dito. Ayan, sige, hintayin natin. So, the Facebook marker is already out. So, baka i-search muna nila yung buong pangalan talaga.
Wrong spelling, wrong.
Oh, yan. Wrong spelling. Ayun.
Ang stricto.
Marami pong nakakuha ng tamang sagot, pero meron po tayong winner. Syempre, congratulations po sa nanalo. At ang sagot po dito, syempre, ay National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Council. So, NDRRMC.
Yes. Okay, and then let's go to our last question. Question number 5. Ano ang tawag sa International Treaty on Climate Change na napagkasundoan ng mga bansa noong 2015? Ano ang tawag sa International Treaty on Climate Change na napagkasundoan ng mga bansa noong 2015? Ako, kahit palagay ko mga estudyante, alam na rin to.
Yes. Mga updated na po nung panahong nagpulong-pulong itong mga bansa na ito, no,
yes,
to agree on this international treaty. Ayan, Facebook marker is out. Ayan. Search natin. Ayan. Meron na. Ang bilis-bilis po, no? Meron na tayong winner for question number 5. Ano po bang sagot dito, Miss Len?
Yes, ang ating sagot sa question number 5 ay the Paris Agreement. And the Paris Agreement sets long-term goals to guide all nations substantially reduce global greenhouse gas emissions, to limit the global temperature increase in this century to 2 degrees Celsius, while pursuing efforts to limit the increase even further to 1.5 degrees. Review countries' commitments every 5 years, provide financing to developing countries to mitigate climate change, strengthen resilience, and enhance abilities to adapt to climate impacts. Medyo mga technical, pero talagang meron tayong mga konkretong aksyon na kailangan gawin at importante ang involvement hindi lamang ng komunidad, kundi I think pati ang mga eksperto kung paano natin ito mamimit, lalo na ang mga commitments ng ating bansa.
Yes, that's correct po. At kailangan talaga sama-sama po tayo para at least for example dito po sa ating bansa ay matulungan din natin yung mga government agencies para sila po ay mag-contribute dun sa pag-fulfill ng ating bansa dito sa mga commitments natin under this agreement. And of course, after Miss Arlie po kanina from the Haribon Foundation, we have another advocate in this panel. No? Sino po ba ito, Miss Len? Balita ko nakatrabaho niyo po ito sa UN Women.
Yes, nakatrabaho, kaya talagang alam ko na marami tayong malalaman at matututunan mula sa kanya. Our next, actually final panel member, please join me in welcoming Ms. Kathleen Casey Sumailo Perlman, the founder of Inspire Dev. Ms. Sumailo Perlman is a disaster resilience specialist with 15 years of experience in national and regional work on DRR in climate change adaptation and gender, including managing programs and policy advocacy in Nepal, Cambodia, and Jordan. She has recently completed the Philippine Gender and DRR profile for UN Women and technically assisted the localization consultation in the Philippines. She's currently supporting in the resilience and recovery planning for the province of Dinagat Islands. Casey, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello! Salamat, Len and Nevi, for the wonderful moderation of the previous presentation. So I'm really happy to join you today, and I'd like to thank the Philippine Commission on Women and UN Women for inviting me to share some of the work that I've done recently. So I've taken notes from some of the speakers earlier, so I would emphasize areas that have not been taken up. So my presentation would revolve around the work we did with UN Women last year, which spans multi-stakeholder consultations on gender and disaster risk reduction. So yeah, next slide. Okay. I think from what the speakers earlier before me mentioned, we have a fairly good idea of how disasters impact different groups differently. But I'd like to reiterate some of the points as to why gender matters in disasters. Una, nasabi kanina ng NAPSI representative that different vulnerable groups are affected differently. And there are enough evidences really from many past and present disasters which show that women, children, and older persons are among those most vulnerable. No, where are these evidences? We've seen higher mortality rates, for instance, in the 2015 Nepal earthquake, which shows that women and older persons are twice as likely to experience death and injury than men. And from the 2004 Indian tsunami, which is a combination of both social convention and physical limitations posed to women and girls due to their wider context. In the Philippines, there are documented work around the impact of disasters such as Ayan on women and girls and other groups and how they've been impacted. The lack of sex ages aggregata, however, during these responses have also posed some limitations into providing more gender equal and social protection response at that time. So I think there's more work around really utilizing data to deliver better services. The second point is that, of course, we do know that disasters and emergencies increase hardships leading to negative coping capacities and threats and incidents of sexual and gender-based violence in disaster and conflict settings. Unfortunately, of course, not all of these are in official statistics, due to various constraints on the part of women and those experiencing discriminatory practices, no? So, but I think there are many groups who are documenting this and making sure that these voices are heard, during disasters and particularly in the pandemic. Why does this happen? One contributory factor is the breakdown of support system, which really increases vulnerability. Families are usually separated, and financial and economic pressures also put strain on families during this period. Of course, it amplifies poverty and multiple burdens, especially unpaid care and domestic work. And I think this is an area that has really come up, especially in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic, which needs to be studied further and understood further, how we can allay the burden on women and carers in difficult situations such as disasters and emergency. But we need to understand also that gendered impacts of disasters go deeper and they affect women and men differently. In the survey that we did as part of the gender and DR profile, male respondents said that they were more likely to suffer an injury or disability after disaster, while female respondents indicated that they took on more family and childcare responsibilities, including, of course, following the school closures, taking on additional responsibility of having children with homework and blended learning. Interestingly, during the pandemic also, we saw some shift in traditional gender norms. So there are positives and negatives to it. There were rapid gender analysis done, which indicate some positive movements around increased leadership in household decision making amongst women, and being able to access risk information and resource through formal and informal channels such as communal kitchens. But of course, the added pressures of the pandemic, the lack of access to transport, social services, especially during the first and second wave, also brought tensions within the households as well as threats of violence within the family. And these are things that we do need to consider also in looking at the shift in these norms. Next slide. Okay. So some insights that we found. So the profile basically centered on 5 areas. So leadership was one area, and decision making was one area we found to be important for better disaster risk governance, no? And leadership is intimately connected with institutions and the supportive structures that support that. In general, we found that the space for women in leadership has increased, and there are positive reception to women in various areas of governance. But they're also not immune to gendered perception of what constitutes good leader. So, for instance, in risk governance, our stakeholders share that leadership roles in security and disaster risk management typically seen as male-oriented, and I think we need to start shifting thoughts and perceptions around that. It can be said that while the Philippine Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of Law of the Philippines, or what we know as Republic Act 10121, has provided several spaces for participatory approaches and community-based disaster risk management. Many felt that it generally lacks a gender lens and gender and inclusion language in its implementation. So it's top heavy. It's top heavy and needs more intersection between gender and disaster risk reduction, not just in policy, but in terms of actual programs and implementation on the ground. Women's leadership in disaster risk governance is very important. And this can prove to be a catalyst for change and encouraging grassroots women to take up leadership posts, not only at the community level, but in formal spaces such as your local development councils and your local DRM councils. So we don't see a lot of women in these leadership positions, although there are visible in the community in ad hoc bodies. Next slide. Okay, I think this is important to understand. It's not that women are not participating in DRM. In fact, we see a lot of them when we ask people and stakeholders, are women active in your community? They say yes, and that's fairly true in many of the community-based disaster risk management activities. But we find that they are underrepresented in top-level posts as elected officials, as decision makers in government, and representatives in formal bodies. We wanted to note also that the gender division of care work also translate into hindrances to really fully participating or working in the area of disaster risk reduction and management. Firstly, women are expected to keep it together during a crisis. And then their role in DRM, although they may be interested, for instance, to participate in disaster response, may be hindered with family and childcare responsibility and long shifts. Some local government units are really trying to address this by providing favorable conditions and financial incentives so that women who are interested to go into DRM work can fulfill both their family and childcare responsibilities, as well as be able to pursue a career or work in the sector. We also found that there's a lack of visibility of women, older persons, and LGBTQI in post-disaster recovery and reconstruction. And the occupational, and certain occupations linked to post-disaster recovery and reconstruction are typically male-oriented. And when you think of reconstruct, you think about roads, you think about transport, and these are areas that women are underrepresented or do not have significant experience or involvement on. So this may hinder access to recovery and access to resources. So we need to probably review and change some of the ways in thinking around how they can participate in post-disaster recovery. No? As mentioned earlier, disasters have provided catalysts for vulnerable groups to organize, translate advocacy into wins. And why is this important? Grassroots organizing is really important in terms of not just awareness of rights, but in rights claiming. And the visibility of organized groups has led to the recognition by duty bearers. And we've seen a lot of women-led groups that have really emerged from disasters and bringing their experience of feminist and women's organizing, decades and years of feminist and women's organizing, to organizing for better disaster risk governance. So these are the experiences brought by the Women in Emergencies Network, women-led disability groups such as Wow Leap and We Dare, and LGBTQI groups who are also working in the DRM space, such as San Julian Pride and Curls in Cebu, who have successfully managed to push some anti-discrimination ordinances in vulnerable situations such as disasters and emergencies. So there needs to be more groundswell around that. There's still limited anti-discrimination ordinances, for instance. And there needs to be more understanding of what gender differentiated really means in terms of delivery of disaster response and recovery. But we need to take the opportunity provided by disasters to raise voices and to organize and to really change some of the modalities that we do DRM and climate change adaptation. Next slide. Okay, so in terms of women and men's participation, we saw that they were participating in different aspects of DRM, but there were some areas that we felt women were weaker based on the survey, such as in risk mapping and hazard monitoring. So we need to understand why this is and what are the hindrances to their participation in these activities. So could be a gendered perception that hazard monitoring is manual and requires risk and things like that. So we need to understand as policymakers, as implementers, why this is so, and not assume that women are not interested in these activities. Data came up as a really interesting area where we can improve disaster risk governance. So national and local governments collect various data, sex and age, and some disaggregated, but we saw that this was being used differently and have not really been maximized to be used for decision making, especially at the local government level. So there are efforts by the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Council and the Sendai framework on DRR has, and I think PCW has released a some work around that to encourage better sex, age, disabilities, and aggregated data to support our commitments to the Sendai framework. So this needs to really be translated in terms of better guidance on how data can be used to inform gender responsive disaster risk governance. Intersectionality, I think, is coming up as an emerging theme that we need to address aside from integrating gender into DRM and climate change. But intersectionality is a new area. It's a new area in DRM, and there needs to be more understanding of what this means and how implementers and local government units can actually apply this approach to their work. Inclusion and accessibility, while improving, is still challenging in DRM, and it's basically limited to certain disabilities. So there are efforts, for example, to include. Usually, what we see are the typical response, such as putting in ramps, but there are not a lot of services available for persons or with disability, including women with disabilities, in evacuation centers and public facilities. So, and early warning and risk information are pretty much still limited in terms of the available assistive systems for them. We found that access to and awareness of sexual and reproductive health rights and services during disasters and evacuations is still low. So we need to also break down stereotypes and stigma around accessing these services, no, and really include it in as a standard in the provision of disaster and post-disaster recovery. Right now, SRHR, while provided or while ideally provided in emergency, is still out of the ambit of the regular service of DRM and delivered separately by national government agencies. Next slide. Okay, sorry, those are pretty small. Okay, so those were just some of the key findings that I thought deserve some highlighting during this presentation. No, so what do we think? What can we do, no, to improve actions for gender in DRR? And I take this from the profile as well, which I want to highlight. Um, we want to increase platforms and opportunities for national and grassroots women leaders in legislative, elective, and executive posts in the public and private sectors. While having women leaders alone is not enough for gender responsive governance and risk governance, numbers do matter in terms of awareness of rights claiming. So we do need more women and gender responsive male advocates in at all levels of governance. We might also need to review and promote policies in underrepresented sectors to increase representation of women and other groups, such as representatives from the LGBTQI sectors, in humanitarian and coordination platforms, and in DRM, in the DRM structures. And then supporting the formation and accreditation of these groups in national and local bodies. While gender analysis is the ideal way to do, this is not really uniformly applied across DRM and local development planning. So applying gender analysis and conflict sensitivity approaches and risk management, DRM planning, and allocating funding as such for these programs should happen across development and local investment plans. So right now, sometimes they do find separate plans that don't really talk to each other. So we can improve that by really sharpening our gender analysis and conflict sensitivity analysis. In terms of the visibility of women in post-disaster reconstruction, this can be promoted through gender responsive design of cash for work schemes, emergency employment, and skills training, and supporting cash transfer interventions on economic recovery for things like accessible shelter, enterprise development for women, girls, LGBTQI, and women with disabilities. So yeah. Next. I think this is my last slide. So in terms of data, again, we keep talking about data, but what does it mean? I think a first step would be to systematize the collection and utilization of sex age disabilities as aggregated data, and which data really means for those at the ground. And guidance for harmonized reporting and documentation for national government agencies and local government units. So, because they are already collecting various data, how can we make use of that and really get these various data that agencies collect, talk to each other, and other stakeholders can use? Support the review of gender inclusive language and rights-based provision in the proposed amendments of the RA 10121 and the internal displacement bills filed in the 18th Congress and in BARM. So this came out as a strong recommendation during the consultations. And last 2 points would be to link gender planning and budgeting with the local DRM investment planning, as well as climate change budget tagging, including training of staff and personnel involved. So at the National Climate Change Action Plan has, I think, detailed and provided like pathways to a more inclusive and gender responsive climate change adaptation. But there needs to be more linkage to planning and budgeting at the national and local level, and translate it into investment plans for disaster risk management and climate change adaptation. So right now it's bits and pieces that go into the gender plan to do training on DRM, but the transformative aspect of it we find missing. And lastly, providing and implementing minimum initial and standard packages for sexual sexual and reproductive health rights, as well as mental health services in emergencies. And this needs to be part of your DRM and gender plans. Again, we want to see more intersections between these various offices and plans at the national and local level. So I think those were the key actions I wanted to highlight as part of our work. And I'm sure there were more recommendations there and that could be of use to other stakeholders. So happy to share more actions from our work. Thank you, and thank you, and happy to answer if there are questions for the panels later. Magandang hapon sa lahat uli.
I think you really covered quite comprehensively a lot of the different areas that we need to really look at. And I really admire how comprehensive yung key actions that we are really putting forward for stakeholders to consider, because it's something that is, again, evidence-based, and we really hope it is an opportunity to really revisit how we can refine the programming, the action planning, and the strategizing in DRR work that we are doing. Pero I have to agree about the need really for a gender and sex disaggregated data and information, which up to this time, I feel we need to remind a lot of our agencies. I would really want to understand and really want to hear from our government partners later how can we really support, and how can we be working on these things together. But yes, before you provide your answers to those insights or questions, I would like to call yes to the panel for us to have this, I would say, quick panel discussion, because we are quite over time, but we have very interesting questions coming from our audience already. So may I call back Director Elenida Basug from DNR, Sir
Okay.
Eduardo Tonogbanwa from the NAPSI, and Miss Arlie and Danilia from Haribon Foundation. Director Basog, is Director
Yes.
Basog with us
Yeah,
already? Yes, ma'am. The very first question actually is for DNR, coming from Angelita Nicolas and Bert Padilla. And their question is really, what will be the role of DNR in relation to the rehabilitation of areas affected by Typhoon Odette? And how
yeah.
do you ensure the gender responsiveness of the programs in the work you will do?
Actually, in the light of that, uh, there had been in relation to the task force Build Back Better that had been issued by the president in November of 2020. Uh, Already, our regional executive directors of the DNR in the six harder hit regions that include Caraga, Region 6, Region 7, Mimaropa, had been mobilized already, and they had been meeting with the different government agencies at the regional level for 6 KRA working groups. And when I say working groups, KRA working groups, this means key result area working groups. The first working group on resilient infrastructure, as led by the DPWH. A second working group on housing and resilient settlements, as led by the Department of Human Settlements and Urban Development. A third working group on key lifelines and services, that is led by the Office of Civil Defense. A fourth working group on sustainable livelihoods, as led by the DTI. A fifth working group on broad-based governance and citizen input, as led by the DILG. And a sixth and a last working group on intensified environment and natural resources management, as led by the DNR. This had been coordinating with the NDRRMC, and therefore there are talks being done at various phases and levels to assist in the post-rehabilitation of Typhoon Odette harder hit regions. Uh, and how do we make sure that they're well? We are in talks with the different lead agencies to try to ensure that even the programs that are being pursued are gender responsive, particularly the KRA on two on settlements and four on sustainable livelihoods, and of course five on the broad-based governance are the KRA groups that are more directly related in our pursuit for gender responsive approaches.
Thank you, Director, on those answers. But can I make a follow-up question po?
Yes, yes.
Tungkol doon sa how do we ensure in ensuring gender responsiveness and the participation of women in these KRAs that you have put together and the working groups. Meron po bang space for the women from the community to be part of that, or you expect local government leaders to be providing you the information as to how and what are the needs that that we we have to provide the
Actually,
communities affected.
yeah, okay. The local government units are the automatic contact points, no,
Mhm.
of the initiatives and even the post disaster risk, the PDNA, post disaster risk needs assessment processes with the OCD and the NEDA had been done, and I think going on would be the rehabilitation and recovery guide, no. uh, we are really just dependent on how NEDA, OCD, the SHUD, and the DTI are ensuring the gender responsiveness of the measures.
Okay. Is there any role for the God focal point system po within the DNR to play in these things, or it really is dependent on NEDA and OCD?
I think the DNR is doing an overall headship of the entire regional task force Build Back Better. Even as DNR Regional is also lead to the KRA 6 on Intensified Environment and Natural Resources Management, KRA. We are really going to, by and large, I think we will really be dependent on the regional government agencies that anyway would already have their automatic God focal point systems
Okay.
organized for them, and we would be really be banking on their support to ensure gender responsiveness of the initiatives being pursued.
Okay, thank you so much, Director. I think the next question would be best answered by Sir Ed kasi Danielle's question is really about ano po yung mga proyektong pangkababaihan na ang nailatag para masigurado ang kanilang kahandaan sa panahon ng kalamidad. And maybe others who would want to also pitch in. But Sir Ed from NAPSI's side?
Yes, for NAPSI, kasi as you know, NAPSI is an implementing agency. What we are doing is advocacy and coordinating, monitoring of government's anti-poverty projects and programs. So what we do is coordinate also with other agencies or in participation of projects or of women we can endorse to the different agencies. But with NAPSI, one of the 14 basic sectors is the victims of disasters and calamities, wherein they are involved also. They are represented in the RMC.
Yes, thank you, Sir Ed. Kisi, from your experience, would you be able to share with us some very effective programs that was like implemented or rolled out to prepare women?
Yeah,
sa
there are
kalamidad.
several, there are international NGOs and local NGOs that are doing that.
Mhm.
So they have training for women leaders in DRM, and then the national government also has some national governments, such as the experience of Cotabato City, I think, has rolled out a program to train women leaders in their local government as part of their disastrous first responders. So this has become a regular program of the local government. So they are basically from the various departments who are trained to take this on. And we know that usually there's some hesitation for women to take on response because of the riskiness and the riskiness that comes with it. So there are these discussions now, and I think DILG and OPAP also have rolled out similar programs to encourage women in peace building and disaster risk management in at the national and local level.
You mentioned already kanina that we still lack, quite a number of women when it comes to really taking on this work. Is this related to that fear of risks? And what do you think could agencies do to really manage or address the risks involved?
Mhm.
I think not just for women, but also those involved in the work we need to do to
Yeah.
tackle climate crisis and disasters.
It's just that there's no like explicit policy that discourages women from joining DRM or peace building efforts. It's just that I think typically like DRM jobs, such as the head of the DRM offices, usually tends to be male oriented because they probably have the experience and the opportunity to take on this work because of the repeated exposure to disasters here, which requires a lot of response work. So I think we need to change that and probably review like these hiring and promotion policies that tends to discourage women and other groups from really participating in or aspiring for these roles. So what I'd like to point out, Len, is that it's not that they're not participating.
Mhm.
They are visible in the community, but they're underrepresented in formal bodies.
Yes.
So we need more of them sitting as elected leaders, as decision makers in your local DRM councils and local development councils. These are the voices that also matter, while also really
True.
encouraging grassroots women organizing as catalysts for better services and rights claim making. So it has to be these two processes happening together.
Together at the same time. True, I have to agree on that, Casey. I think that could be related to the question posted by Carl, and I would want Miss Arlie to answer this about ano yung pwedeng gawin ng kababaihan para maipahatid sa gobyerno ang kanilang mga pangangailangan. Tingin ko kasi ito rin yung paghahanap ng espasyo nga para mai-air ang kanilang mga concerns. And I know that Haribon has been doing a lot of this in terms of advocacy work. Arlie, could we hear from you?
Thank you for the question, Carl. And I agree with Ma'am Casey, no, regarding the involvement of women. For Haribon Foundation, we really organize women to be involved in development councils of their local government units. So whether it's barangay development councils or municipal development council, but for them to do that, they have to organize. They have to be a recognized organization that they could represent the women sector in their communities. So that's the first step, and the next step is to be involved in planning at their level. They need to have a plan to present it to their local development councils. And whatever committees they can get involved in, like there's an environment committee in their local government units, um, eh, uh, and other women committee or gender focused committee that they can present their issues and concerns, especially in the face of climate change adaptation and the DRR issues. So
Yes.
there.
Thank you. So it really is helping them organize themselves and structure so that they could better negotiate or assert and communicate and yeah have a voice in the different government dialogues, if at all available. So I would want to go back to Director Basug and Sir Ed. Do you have that space on a regular basis to really, get the voices and the participation and representation of different groups and communities of women in your offices po? And what are the channels that you have?
I think in terms of community consultations, there would be that space, no? But the extent will just vary perhaps from site to site because of concerns of accessibility and other concerns.
Pero ma'am, it's on a regular basis. I mean, the consultation is conducted on a regular basis in various DNR offices and regional offices for that matter.
Well, to the extent that they're directly related to the DNR KRA duties, but we could not completely cover for the other agencies.
Sir Ed, do you want to add to that?
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, one of the important basic sectors we can see, but we also have the Women's Sectoral Council, where they're being represented from all different regions. So the council members from the different regions conducts regular consultations with other member organizations, and then they consolidate it and submit it to the council of the women council, and then the council make a resolution for endorsement to other agencies, which is endorsed by the head of the office, our lead convener and secretary.
Okay, that's good to know, sir. Sir, and it's on a regular basis that they conduct
Yes,
these
yes.
consultations. Okay.
Yes.
And even if they are not member of a formalized association or
Yes.
organization, they
Although
can
we
bring
encourage them
their
to organize
concerns.
themselves.
Okay. And the registration would happen via the Securities and Exchange Commission, or they need to also
DOLE,
register through
yeah,
NAPSE or
or
DOLE.
DOLE.
Okay. Okay. Do we have po ba a centralized agency accrediting different people's organizations or groups who would want to have these engagements with our government organizations, especially for those in the marginalized groups and sectors po?
Most of the time, DOLE for the marginalized sectors.
Okay. Thank you,
The
sir.
Bureau of,
Yeah.
yeah.
Len, I think the ILG has some guidelines for accreditation of people's organizations and NGOs. I think there are some challenges to getting accredited, such as fulfilling some documentary requirements, things like that. So some of them are active but do not sit in this body. So that might be worth looking into.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think that could be a good action point for PCW to do since
Mm.
they're already within the DILG
Yeah.
umbrella. So, yes, thank you for noting that, Casey. Gusto ko yung practical question ni Ray Castro na hindi lahat galing NGOs or experts on climate action and disaster. Practical tips po on how a simpleng mamamayan could tackle climate change. Siguro we would want to hear from all of our panel members. What do you do to tackle or to address climate crisis in your own little way or in your own homes.
Parang mas
Nawala na ng
mahirap na
peeps.
tanong yun. Parang mas mahirap na tanong yan.
Totoo yan. Ako, sabi ko nga sa maraming mga meetings, maraming conversations, ready tayo palagi sa mga webinars to have a lot of different technical information. We have the graphs, we have the numbers, we have the different standards available and set. But when it comes to, okay, so what does it mean for me if I want to tackle and I want to be able to be part of a solution to climate crisis at, as a person on a personal level or within my family, what can I do?
Okay.
Any tips or anything that
There's
you
a lot
are
of preparedness that we have to have in this regard, no? Preparedness. In terms of yung kailangan na ba mag-evacuate o hindi, di ba? Mga ganyan. Kailangan pa ng mga go bag o hindi. Yung or to begin with, nasa danger zones ba ang kinabibilangang bahay ng ating mga kababaihan, no? Nasa risk areas ba? I think these are a lot of preparedness related concerns. At pag nandiyan na yan, ano talaga, no? Difficult talaga.
Yes, practical yun, ma'am. No? Kailangan maintindihan natin kung yung tinatayuan ba ng bahay ko ay disaster prone at sino or saan ako pwedeng lumipat kung sakasakaling ang merong inaasahang dadaan or sasagasang kalamidad. Yes, ma'am. That's very important information. Arlie, Sir Ed, Kisig?
Siguro on a
Ray, ang hirap
personal-
ng tanong mo. Yes, Casey, please.
Siguro as a DRM practitioner, I always look at what mom is saying. So when you look at potential areas where you want to live, I check the FIVOX maps and to see whether it lies within the fault zone or whether that area is flood prone. No? So I do my transect walk around the neighborhood and ask people, is there a history of flooding in this area and how long? So that's and I think on a personal level, I think this might not be very significant, but we try to reduce some plastic waste. It's not easy at home, and trying to really purchase some products, at least with the daily products that are free of chemicals that are harmful to the environment. So they're not cheap, but I think we could begin by looking at our patterns of consumption siguro and what we can easily replace on what we use on a daily basis.
Yep. I agree on that. I think importante na i-revisit natin yung klase ng gamit natin sa loob ng bahay and really the consumption na lalo ngayon na lahat delivery, lahat takeaway, lahat may packaging, lahat whether that's order from online grocery or online store where you would take your small or big stuff, lahat naka bubble wraps, lahat nakakahon, very well packaged, and I think we really need to look into that. Arlie, how about you?
I agree, no? Biodiversity friendly lifestyle talaga or eco-friendly lifestyle yung bias na talaga natin on an individual level or personal level. On community scale naman, we really need to look into ecosystems-based na mitigation and adaptation. Like for example, of course, we are looking at extreme weather disturbances like extreme heat, extreme tag-tuyot, extreme tag-ulan. So ano ba yung pwede nating gawin in terms of environmental or ecosystems-based na adaptation and mitigation? Pwede tayong magtumulong sa restoration ng ating mga kagubatan. Pwede natin itingnan kung ano yung mga klaseng puno yung ginagamit natin for restoration. ito ba ay nakakasira ng ating katubigan or nakakaubos ng ating katubigan, or it will increase our water sources, mga ganyan. So, marami ng pag-aaral na tinitingnan for this, and siguro what we can do as individuals, magbasa din, at even as individuals, we can still get involved with organizations, like-minded organization, DNR, and the civil societies, especially Haribon, involves volunteers in activities to help restore our environment, that provides us the necessary ecosystem services to help us during climate change disasters, or yung prevention ng mga mapupuruhan tayo ng mga disasters. So yun, we can always get involved, and we can always be with like-minded persons, and especially have a lifestyle change that suits living in harmony with nature.
Yes, thank you, Arlie. I think ang importante nung binanggit mo tungkol sa simple things, at importante din na ipaalala sa ating lahat na hindi kailangan grandioso yung mga ginagawa natin. Kasi meron akong kakilala, halimbawa, ang birthday party niya, nag-tree planting kasama ang kanyang tropa. Isa naman, naghatak ng mga kaibigan sa beach at nag-pick up ng plastic or ng trash sa beach. But the question I would want to ask Sir Ed, kasi a lot of the alternatives to sustainable supplies na gusto nating i-consume are quite expensive, but is NAPSI also developing information on how our communities from the marginalized sectors really could also be part of this work and advocacy?
Yes. Actually, our Kasambayanian volunteers conducts barangay cleanup, and they're also engaged in urban organic farming.
Yes.
Ang idea kasi is really to reduce yung expenses on buying food. So dapat palaging may sa sariling bahay nila ay dapat may ready food, no? Like gulays and other things. At on a personal note naman, I practice household composting sa bahay, and I also do organic farming sa bahay lang. So sabit lang sa koral.
So nasusupply nyo na ang inyong day-to-day gulay needs, sir,
Yes,
through your
gulay,
organic
yes,
farming.
yes.
Amazing. Okay, madami pong pwede tayong gawin, and I think the last question would really be around making available all of these kinds of information at saan ito pwedeng ma-access or makuha ng iba't ibang grupo at iba't ibang mga asosasyon, even individuals. So question ito ni Amy na ako dudugtungan ko kasi outside yung printed materials, kasi syempre nag-uusap na nga tayo ng bawasan natin ng waste, bawasan natin ng printed materials or information hanggat maaari. Pero where could they get this information? Siguro I would ask everyone as well, kasi galing sa iba't ibang ahensya or galing sa iba-ibang grupo, so that all of our audience could learn from you.
Len, in terms of yung official disaster risk information, plans and policies, they could access the NDRMC website and the Climate Change Commission. They're all there. There are some knowledge materials there as well. Marami ding organizations, national and local, no, na may Facebook at website catering to various subsectors, for example, women with disabilities or persons with disabilities. There are groups also like the DRNet Philippines that have several members working in different spaces, no? So, and then may Action Klima din that have several members working on climate change. And then you have the universities as well, no? They might also look where they are, no? Dun sa mga local universities nila. tsaka mga youth groups that are working on disasters and environmental management. So maraming channels that they can look at to access information.
Basta importante
The
na
DNR side,
yun. Or, yes, please.
from
Yes,
the
yes,
DNR
Director.
side, in addition lang to mga nabanggit na ni Ma'am Kathleen, no, meron po tayong mga tinatawag na Regional Strategic Communications and Information Groups. Dati po yung Regional Public Affairs Offices. Meron din po mga Environmental Education and Information Units sa mga regional offices. And therefore, this would have augmentation sa mga information sources po, no? Nasa website, nasa mga Facebook accounts, nasa mga ilang pagpupulong, mga face-to-face encounters, mga ilang may mga radyo program. I think these are supports to what are available from the other organizations also, both regional, national, and civil society, and even the universities and colleges. Thank you po.
Yes, thank you, Director Basog. Arlie, Sir Ed? Where can they access information materials from your office? Yes.
Sa NAPSI kasi although wala naman kami program for climate change, but it is part of the 5-year development plan of NAPSI, wherein during the orientations, climate change adaptations are being discussed, especially doon sa mga resettlement sites na alam naman natin yung mga resettlement sites are usually located in places where nasa disaster risk, no, yung mga sites na yon. So the people in that area also expresses their issues and concerns at lumalabas yung mga issues and concerns on climate change. So doon pa lang ay pinag-uusapan na yung paano mag-adapt sa climate change.
Thank you, sir. Arlie?
Lahat ata nabanggit na, no?
Okay.
Of course, there are a lot of information available in all the agencies and institutions. And even your local governments, meron din mga information na available on DRR and CCA. Kung ordinary citizen ka as an individual, you can always research through the internet. Kailangan lang alam mo kung ano yung paano mas filter yung information that you are researching. You can cross-check it to the agencies that are here, and even the agencies na nagmamahala ng mga areas na to. So yun, Haribon also has some information, pero recently hindi kami active sa climate change na discussions. But we do have some information also.
Okay. Sabi ko last na question na yun, pero ako po pala yung magla-last question kasi naalala ko that all of you have mentioned the importance of participation of women so we can really hear them and they can really be represented. In your own perspective, how could we sustain really the engagement and the active participation of women in these issues so they can really have that opportunity to contribute, but they also are able to be heard and to be really considered in the middle of all of these risks and dangers that the climate crisis is presenting us. Wala nang gusto sumagot.
I think there's no dearth of plans to engage women in DRM and climate change. I think what we found, at least from the gender in DR profile, is that we need to really support LGUs to integrate a gender intersectionality lens. And what does that really mean? Although there are God offices, there usually very little policy intersections between the two, and hindi transformative yung yung actions mismo na yung mga nasa GAD plan. So we need to make this more linked to your local investment plans and to your programming and planning. I think that's one way to sustain it and to really support the accreditation information of women-led organizations. So as I mentioned kanina, madaming nahihirapang magpa-accredit, no? Amongst grassroots organizations. So if we could help them in that and then support training of women leaders at the grassroots and at the local level to aspire for elective or appointive posts or informal bodies, I think that's really a good step to getting them not just heard but be part of the solution.
Thank you, Kissy. I'm checking. Arlie,
Yeah.
yung una kong nakita ulit.
Yeah. For Haribon, our current project is doing specifically that, no? We are engaging women, empowering them, developing their capacities to be more at the forefront of environmental management and governance. Yung nag-training kami ng gender and development recently for the women federations. Nag-open yung ano nila, yung awareness, naging aware sila na ang dami pa lang pwede nilang ma-access na funds sa GOD budget by having that plan. As an example, one organization was already able to have a commitment from the local government unit of Infanta, yung Kalipi Infanta. They were able to have a commitment for their GAD budget, their GAD plan to have access to that budget. Ngayon lang din nila nalaman na hindi lang pala sila dapat pumirma lang ng GAD budget na pinapasa na kinaka-copy and paste ng kanilang barangay, but they also need na to incorporate their issues and concerns to that GAD budget and carry with them yung issues and concerns na to into solutions. So ginagawa nila pero hindi sila aware na meron pa lang silang power or choice to make a bigger difference in terms of ensuring na sila adapted sila sa climate change, ensuring na ma-prevent yung disasters and lower the risk, mga ganyan. So it's eye-opening to them and there's really a need to develop their capacities kasi hindi sila palaging nasa gitna ng usapin in terms of decision making. So yun, kailangan talaga sila ma-develop yung capacity to know that they can be at the forefront of decision making.
Yes, thank you, Arlie. I know that Director Basog and Sir Ed earlier mentioned already the regular consultations that both your offices have been conducting to really ensure participation of women in both your offices. Any other final words, sir, before we close the panel for you and Director Basog?
Sabi ko nga kanina yung sa SANAPSI, aside from the Women Sectoral Council and Victims of Disaster Sectoral Councils, we have also other basic sectors, and the issues on GAD and disaster risk reduction cuts across all these sectors. So what they do is with the regular consultation, they make policy recommendations, wherein is being endorsed to Congress, the Senate, and other agencies for formulation.
Thank you, sir. Final words, Director Basug. Ma'am, you're on mute po.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm on another discussion eh. Sorry, was I being called?
Okay. Okay,
Sorry,
no
sorry.
worries, no worries.
Sorry.
I think we could really... Yes, ma'am.
Ano po ang ano natin? Ano po ang tanong, ma'am? Sorry.
Ma'am, final words
okay,
po
sige.
to wrap up the discussion.
Sige. I think there are a lot of things that we have to do to increase the participation ng mga kababaihan natin sa usapin ng kahandaan at mga aksyon, responses sa mga pabago-bagong klima at disasters. I think we must call on all of the whole of society, whole of government approach as we deal on this matter. And within the government ranks, with PCW's coordination and lead spearheading amongst us, I think we should be assured that space for women to have the consultation and the voice for it should be made available. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po, Director Basug. I think that concludes our panel discussion and maraming salamat po sa ating mga panel members. Nevi,
Salamat
over
din.
to you.
There you go. Thank you very much po, Director Basug from DNR, Sir Ed from National Anti-Poverty Commission, Ma'am Arlie from the Haribon Foundation, and then of course, Ma'am Kissy from Inspired Dev. So, ang nakita po natin dito na the issues on climate change as well as disaster risk reduction and mitigation, these are very cross-cutting issues, no? But in all levels of addressing this, of course, ay kailangan po ng mga kababaihan, no? Katuwang o kabahagi po sila sa pag-address ng mga ito. So, just a quick question. After seeing the question of Sir Ray sa ating open forum kanina, we will be launching a Facebook poll, a quick Facebook poll. Ano nga po ba? Kayo naman po, ano ba yung practical na ginagawa ninyo para maprotektahan ang kalikasan? So, ang choices po natin dito, pag-iwas sa paggamit ng single-use plastic, reuse, reduce, recycle, disiplina sa pagtatapon ng basura, at of course, conservation of water. No? So, tignan po natin kung ito pong mga audience natin, what are you doing? No? Paano po kayo nakakatulong in your own way dito po sa ating pag-address sa climate change, and then of course disaster preparedness na rin, because as I've said a while ago, ito po ay cross-cutting na mga issues, no, intersectionals po sila. So you can just click your answer dyan po, may apat po tayong choices dyan, no, and kanina nakakatawa kasi nag-share din po mismo yung ating mga resource persons, no, kanilang mga ginagawa, no, sa kanilang mga bahay para po makatulong na maibsan po itong climate change in a way. So let's see the results of the poll. Ayan, tingnan po natin kung ano po ang naging sagot, ano ang nagiging aksyon or kontribusyon ng ating mga kasamahang God advocates dito sa ating event, sa kanila pong pag-a-address ng climate change. So, ang karamihan po, ang sagot ay disiplina sa pagtatapon ng basura, 40%, and then 27% reuse, reduce, recycle, and next is pag-iwas sa paggamit ng single-use plastic or 20%, and then of course, pagtitipid sa tubig, which is 13%. Ayan, salamat po sa mga sumagot sa ating poll at maganda naman po, no, na tayo ay may disiplina talaga sa pagtatapon ng basura, kasi yan po yung basic, no, yan po yung halos everyday talaga na ginagawa din po natin, no? So in our own ways ay nakaka-contribute po tayo. Thank you very much po again to our resource persons and to all our God advocates here with us. Now we're approaching the end of our program. To our viewers who want to get their e-certificate for this event, narito po ang mga kailangan po ninyong gawin. Makikita po ninyo sa screen ang ilan sa mga QR codes po natin and links. Just fill out the online attendance form as well as the feedback or activity feedback form po natin, no, for PCW. Ayan, makita po ninyo ang QR codes and online attendance and activity evaluation QR codes. So makikita po na sa text description din ng ating live stream itong mga links na ito. So you can just click those sa atin pong comments and description. And then of course hanggang bukas lamang po, no, March 9, 11:59 PM, maaaring magsagot sa attendance form po natin as well as our activity evaluation form. So make sure na ma-accomplish nyo po pareho yan so you'll get your e-certificate of participation. And then of course, hindi po matatapos ang araw na ito sa pagbibigay ng pugay sa mga wanas, no, dahil Women's Month po ito, no, hindi lang sa International Women's Day nagtatapos ang ating pagbibigay saludo sa ating mga kababaihan dito po sa Pilipinas. So to share what you can do this whole Women's Month and to share, of course, an inspiring message, we have PCW Executive Director, Attorney Christine Rosary E. Yuzon Chavez for the closing message.
Happy International Women's Day, everyone. Our online forum today proves truism to the significance of celebrating this day. We take the International Women's Day as an opportunity to celebrate and honor all women around the world. But more importantly, we also use this as a platform to raise awareness on the existing and emerging issues faced by WANAs. We make our call for women's empowerment today as we highlight the gaps we still have to close in order to achieve equality of all genders. One way to do this is through the Pulso para sa Kababaihan Tungo sa Kaunlaran Online Poll launched today. The PCW encourages everyone to take part in this online poll that can provide us a snapshot of the concerns Juanas want to be addressed. We hope that everyone here with us today will use this poll as a chance to raise your voice and inspire action towards women's empowerment in all aspects of life. Today, we also shed light on promoting gender equality in the context of climate change and disaster risk reduction and mitigation. We thank all our resource speakers from government agencies and private organizations for showing the vital link between gender, social equity, and climate change. May this discussion serve as an instrument that will help move efforts towards a gender equal and sustainable future. This day jumpstarts our National Women's Month celebration. And this year, we are off to a very, very good start because after lobbying for more than a decade, our voices have been finally heard. On March 4, 2022, His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte signed into law RA 116481, the act which raises the age of determining statutory rape from 12 to 16. With this law, thousands of girls are better protected against this heinous crime. This calls for a very big celebration for all of us. We invite you to join our activities, including our Musika ng Kababaihan Fridays starting on March 11. Show your support to gender equality through the hashtag Purple Tuesdays and hashtag Purple Your Icon initiative. Share our hashtag Juana Says videos featuring women demanding concrete solutions to sectoral issues. If possible, you can also surprise Juanas with freebies, discounts, and women's lane through the hashtag Servicio para kay Juana. Also, harness the power of social media in echoing our advocacy by using the hashtag Women Make Change and hashtag Agenda ng Kababaihan. We also look forward to having you in our Girl Child Week celebration with the virtual launching on the Pinay Scan STEM Digital Toolkit with Unilab Foundation on the 22nd of March, as we zero in on Juanas participating in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Join us too on March 28 as we observe Women with Disabilities Day with the National Council on Disability Affairs and the Department of Education. We will highlight the role of women in development efforts and discuss their agenda towards inclusion, accessibility, basic services, employment, and education, among others. This National Women's Month, the PCW urges all women to exercise choices, take chances to make their voices heard, and benefit from and catalyze changes. Let us celebrate Filipino women's power to take the narrative raise priority issues that matter to them, and call for concrete actions. Beyond the International Women's Day, let us continue to raise awareness on discrimination, biases, and stereotypes as we move forward to an equitable and inclusive world. Together, let us make possible a gender-equal world where women are appreciated, respected, and valued as they deserve to be. May you have a meaningful celebration this National Women's Month. Continue making change work for women.
Thank you very
Very
much,
much.
ED Cray, for that closing message. And indeed, it's a good way to start the National Women's Month celebration with the passage of the law raising the age of sexual consent from the age of 12 to 16. Thank you very much po again, ED Cray. And ngayon, ayan, Miss Len, hitik na hitik po no ang ating discussion for this afternoon.
Punong-punong-puno.
Yes po, punong-puno with our resource speakers as well, of course, and our guest of honors. Pero bago po matapos itong ating programa, syempre announce po natin ang winners sa ating online quiz. Miss Len,
Yes.
sino po ba ang winner sa ating set
Para
1?
sa ating unang set of winners, congratulations kay Miss Shell. Hindi sila ang set number 1. Sorry. Ang set 1 winners, si Joyce Boda, si Vivian Obligar Soriano, parang madalas siyang nananalo since last year. Number 3 ay ang mula sa Zamboanga del Norte PPO-DOJ. Ibig sabihin, nasa opisina silang lahat at nagpa-participate. At ang pang-apat na winner natin ay si Mr. Chris Chan. At ang pang-lima ay si Miss Mika Fajardo. Congratulations sa ating set 1 winners.
Yay, congratulations po. And of course, we have our set 2 winners. Let's show the winners, the list of winners. Chel Tamolang, number 2, Shan Banyares Pabilona, and we also have Dulce BT Punzalan. And number 4, fourth winner for batch 2, Elmer Joseph Sabud Coronel. And last but not the least, Jayan Pulig Kimpuayan Ruma. Congratulations po to our winners. So mag-message lamang po kayo sa aming Facebook page po ng Philippine Commission on Women para po makausap namin kayo tungkol sa pag-claim ng inyong pride.
Yes, congratulations! Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng aming nakasama ngayong hapon na ito sa hitik na pag-uusap tungkol sa kababaihan at climate change at kung paano natin masisiguro ang isang sustainable future para sa lahat.
Yes, thank you very much po, Ms. Len. We appreciate you making time for us today. And then, of course, to the whole UN Women and UN Philippines team, maraming salamat po. And muli, maraming salamat po sa ating speakers at sa ating GAD advocates. Magkita-kita po tayong muli sa March 11 sa kauna-unang episode ng MNK Fridays. At syempre, paalala pa rin po, lumahok po tayo sa ating Pulso para sa Kababaihan Online Poll. Muli, maraming salamat po. Happy International Women's Day, everyone. Sa lahat po ng Juanas, mabuhay po kayo. Thank you, everyone. Thank you po, Ms.
Thanks,
Len.
everyone. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you, Nevi. Thank you, PCW.
Thank you po.
Babae ako at may silbi sa lipunan di paapi. Isinusulong ko mga layunin, karapatan sa mga usapin. Sa edukasyon at pagsasanay, kahirap ang kalusugan taglay. Pakikipaglaban sa karahasan, pati sa matungtong galian. Babae ako may panindigan, di matitinag kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan. Malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, sinuwan ako sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan. Sinuwan ako. Babae ako, kayang pamunuan, magdesisyon para sa karamihan. Mekanismong dulot ay pagunlad sa kababaihang ipatutupad sa usaping ekonomiya, karapatang pagtaot ng media sa kabataan, kalikasan, kasama ng buong sambayanan. Babae akong may panindigan, di matitinag kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan, malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, siwana ako sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan, siwana ako. Ako si Juana, babaeng palaban, ang hamon ng buhay dito susukuan. Kung may kapal sa'yo'y nananali, handang harapin anuman ang palaki. Ako si Juana, babaeng palaban, ang hamon ng buhay dito susukuan. Juana ko, si Juana ko. Babae ako, may panindigan, matitinag kailan pa man. Babae ako na may karapatan, may boses, may kakayahan, malakas ang loob, pusong totoo, kayang-kaya ko, si Juana ako sa buong bansa at buong mundo'y pagsigawan.